Okay. Welcome, everyone. I am happy that everyone is making the time to celebrate His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami's Vyasa Puja. We are just getting started. We're going to take a minute before we begin this year's theme. We're celebrating being our authentic selves according to the teachings of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. So again, welcome, and in 1 minute, we will get started. I want to also let you know that we have translations today in Russian, Portuguese, and Spanish. Welcome.
Слышно.
Hare Krishna. All right. So, Amagyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurum Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manum Vishtam Stapitan Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadanmayam Dadati Swapadantikam Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Niti Namine Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Shri Tatmane Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirthi Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirveshesha Shunyavadi Pachata Dasatarine. Welcome, everyone. Again, I'd like to let everyone know that we have translations today in Spanish, Portuguese, and Russian. So again, this year's theme is being our authentic selves, according to the teachings of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. So we are going to go over today's schedule, which will begin now. We will begin welcoming His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami's biography. And then we're going to talk about the prayers or have the prayers of Lord Nrsimhadeva by Her Grace, Sri Ishupanishad. And then we're going to have a video by His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. Then we're going to have a talk with His Holiness Satyanandana Swami. Then we're going to have a reading from His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami's book, Spiritual Warrior 2, followed by a discussion with His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami, followed by a discussion with His Holiness Chandramali Swami, followed by a discussion with Her Grace Mukhya Devidasi, followed by a discussion with His Grace Mahesh Das and Her Grace Brihan Naradiya Devidasi, followed by a discussion with His Grace Kalakanta Das, and closing up with a discussion with His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshava Swami. So we have a fun-filled, wonderful day planned ahead, celebrating His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami's Vyasa Puja, and we are looking forward to it. So we will just wait 1 more minute to allow people to continue to come in, and then we will get started with His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami's biography. Again, welcome, welcome, welcome. And again, just want to remind everyone that we will have translations in Spanish, Portuguese, and Russian. Привет. Bienvenido. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, no, I'm not speaking Russian. All right. But for those that do, merci beaucoup. All right. So I want to begin by welcoming again everyone. So today's theme, again, we are celebrating being our authentic selves according to the teachings of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And so we are starting off with a biography from His Holiness Bhakti All right, so as you can read along with me on the screen, we see here that His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami was born as John E. Favors in a pious, God-fearing and majestic, and he appeared regularly on television. And as a young man, he was a leader in Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s civil rights movement. At Princeton University, he became president of the Student Council and also served as chairman of the Third World Coalition. Although his main degree is in psychology, he has received accolades in many other fields, including politics, African studies, and international law. Bhakti Tirtha Swami's books are used as reference texts in universities and leadership organizations throughout the world. Many of his books have have been directly printed into English, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Macedonian, Croatian, Russian, Hebrew, Slovenian, Balinese, and Italian. His Holiness has served as assistant coordinator for penal reform programs in the state of New Jersey, Office of the Public Defender, and as director of several drug abuse clinics in the United States. In addition, he has been a special consultant for educational testing services in the United States and has managed campaigns for politicians. Right, so that is definitely. So Bhakti Tirtha Swami has gained recognition as a representative of the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, particularly for his outstanding work with scholars in the former communist countries of Eastern. Bhakti Tirtha Swami directly oversaw projects in the United States, particularly Washington, D.C., Potomac, Maryland, Detroit, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, West Africa, South Africa, Switzerland, France, Croatia, and Bosnia. He also served as the director of the American Federation of Vaishnav College and Schools. In the United States, Bhakti Tirtha Swami was the founder and director of the Institute for Applied Spiritual Technology, the director also of the International Committee for Urban Spiritual Development, and one of the international coordinators of the Seventh Pan-African Congress. Reflecting his wide range, he was also a member of Noet the United Nations Association, the World Future Society, and the Global Forum of Spiritual and Parliamentary Leaders. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So we can see a little bit of background and welcoming and getting into the mood and understanding a little bit about His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And we're going to continue. So as a specialist in international relations and conflict resolution, Bhakti Tirtha Swami constantly traveled around the world and had become a spiritual consultant to many high-ranking members of and high justices. In 1990, His Holiness was coronated as High Chief in Warri, Nigeria, in recognition for his outstanding work in Africa and around the world. In South Africa and world peace, to encouraging self-sufficiency through the development of schools, clinics, farm projects, and cottage industries. Bhakti Tirtha Swami conducted seminars and workshops on the principles-centered leadership, spiritual development, interpersonal relationships, stress and time management, and other pertinent topics. He was also widely acknowledged as a viable participant in the resolution of global conflict. On August 5th, 2004, Bhakti Tirtha Swami was diagnosed with melanoma cancer in his left foot. All right. And although he made every effort to treat his condition, the cancer continued to spread, leading His Holiness to teach the important lesson of how to die. During the time after his diagnosis, he gave numerous lectures on the topic and completed a book of meditations, The Beggar Before, Die Before Dying, also dedicated to the same topic. Almost a year later, on June 27, 2005, His Holiness surrounded although His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami has seemingly gone, he left behind him a powerful legacy that will continue to live on through his students and well-wishers, and specifically through his bookshops. Wait in the archives for Harinam Press to transcribe and then publish in future books. BT Swami's teachings will undoubtedly continue through these unique books and through the lives of those who imbibe his message. And this was taken from Leadership for an Age of Higher Consciousness, Volume 1, 3rd edition, 2021. Right. And up next, we're going to have a wonderful video that we will watch from His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And again, we'd like to welcome you. And we have a wonderful lineup today. And again, our theme today is being our authentic selves according to the teachings of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And greetings from Angola to all of you all around the world. We're all in different time zones, and we have taken the time out to be here. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and welcome.
So therefore, if we can somehow connect with these bona fide strangers, which is very auspicious, because Lord Chaitanya is to do this work himself, and it's really the work of him and his pure devotees. It's explained that this mission is propagated by Sanatana Eternal Liberated Soul of the Lord. So they have that duty. And so any role that anyone can play to assist that, they get unlimited benediction because they're helping the Lord to fulfill certain things he wants to happen in this universe at this time. So if you think about how grand that is, something very, very significant is to happen, and some entities can step forth and take chance to be able to do that. While we explain this festival, we want to have festive activities, we want to have introspective activities, we want to have plans of action. When we leave, we carry out various things that allow us to work together in some very major global transformations. We said that if you're not ready to do some of that, then I think you may be in the wrong team, because we really want to go forth in these ways. And that means to stop complaining about what you have or don't have, because Prabhupada didn't have anything. He came with practically nothing, and he picked us up from practically nothing. We know how the initial devotees came to Krishna consciousness. Most of us were doing the most debauchy things, totally inimical to Krishna consciousness. And so somebody could have said, and some of the godbrothers did say, well, what is this, what's going on for these people? But that wasn't the issue. The issue was that he was an integral part of something that was important to happen. You will always be the chance to be integrally a part of something that is very important to happen. We have very special service roles to play in Srila Prabhupada's mission. So now the question is whether you just wait for somebody else to let it happen, you complain about what's not happening around you, or you look at yourself and get depressed about that. Being depressed means you're not extending enough love. So if you're extending enough love, there's no question about being depressed. And if you are dedicated, and when you see others lacking, you will go forth and do more, not less. If I'm a serious servant of my guru, if I see others lacking, then I must do more. Other devotees, serious servant, they see me lacking to someone else, then they must see how to complement, do the necessary. So either way, it means you must do well. You do well because others are doing well, and they're enthusing you, or you do even better because others are not doing well, and you feel that you don't want to see any aspect be slacking, so therefore you go forth. People who complain a lot, it means there's something about them. Because you can see any difficulty as opportunity, or you can see it as stagnation. You can see the glass half full, or you can see it half empty. If someone is constantly having the half empty, there's something lacking about your own faith, your own dedication, your own ability to see opportunity. If you can see opportunity, it means that you are very eager to try to see the role that you can play. We want to move forth. As we said, we're declaring war. We're doing war dances, trying to invite Lord Chaitanya's blessings on us. We're doing Krishna gymnastics, getting ourselves ready. We get our ammunition sharpened by chanting the holy name. We're getting tuned up by making deeper prayers. We're getting more fortified by inviting more of the Lord's presence. We're definitely doing something completely absurd. Here we are dancing in the mud. India was so shocked. India said, if they're ready to do that, I'll let them do it. No question of rain. So if we accept that we're not really his body, we can do so many wonderful things. So we want the time that we're here, that next few days we have the initiation, and we have the plays, and workshops and seminars of different types. Take part in one of the workshops, because in one workshop is going to be discipleship relationship, one is going to be death and dying, one is going to be finance, one is going to be family, community relationships, and there'll be some other workshops bringing all of these things together, conflict resolution, bringing these things together about what we're going to take back. This is along with Vyasa Puja, letting everyone kind of know each other a little better, because soldiers need to know where their allies, how to align, need to know what the field of activities are, and they can be much more powerful in what they do. So some people spend a lot of money to come here, so we wanted to have a representative from at least one or two from different countries, and we have about half of that. We have 14 different countries represented. It doesn't take much. We just want one of you to be able to have experienced the energy, to experience the particular strategy that we want to carry out. We're going to be putting it on the website. As you have your emails back and forth, discuss these things on the Bhakti Swami e-group. We're going to be constantly checking in to see now how far we are to certain short-term goals, then to long-term goals. So we're talking about that when we leave this planet, we want to leave with a sense of excitement that we really, our life really had purpose because we somehow gave some love and purpose to somebody else's life. Not that you became wealthy, not that you became a scholar, not that you became devotion, not that you became a shastra, not that you became austere, not that you stayed in the holy pilgrimage, but that you did this while encouraging so many others to do it even more serious and better than yourself. Because you see, your dedication, some people took for it and took to it even more than you have. And then you'll be blessed many times over. When someone can bring someone to Krishna, they get amazing blessings from the Lord. Bhakti Tirtha just explained that. So when a pure devotee takes birth, 100 generations, for miles and miles, they get blessed. 100 generations get liberated. 14 generations for a Madhyamadika on the second level. Those in connection with that person, and family members, etc. 14 generations before and after. They get elevated and want a Kanishta 3 generations. Those come after you, those before you. That means your son, 1 generation, your grandson, your great-grandson, just by you being even a Kanishta, they will get amazing elevation. What does it say if you become Madhya? 14. That means behind you and in front of you means your mother, your grandmother, your great-grandmother, great-great-aunt, all these persons were waiting for you or for us to do so. So when we slacken off, but whatever the problem, the real problem from time to time, but if we slacken off, it's like we're saying we're not so much concerned about the benefit that those souls can receive. Some of them are in Pittaloka, some of them in the hellish planet, some of them are Yamaraj, and the only hope is that somehow there is some Shakti, some blessings that come from some transcendental source. So we don't have time to be slowed down by anything. There's so much to do. There's so many billions of people on this planet, and so few who are connected with a theistic lifestyle, so few who are connected with transcendence, and even fewer who are connected with transcendence based on personalism. We don't have time. We've been millions and millions of lifetimes to come to this level of existence on this planet. This planet has a tremendous influence of lower as well as higher presence. It has there's tremendous opportunities to be able to go directly back to the spiritual world. Even some of the heavenly kingdoms with all kinds of opulences, all kinds of intoxications, all kinds of beautiful people, all kinds of on sex life, all these things. One cannot easily go back to the spiritual world. But one coming to this kind of environment then has the chance. So Maya will try like anything to disturb those who have this chance to try to get such people distracted. Every time you get distracted, you put a mark, you keep a book for yourself, and you say, this is how I'm a fool. Every time you get, I don't care, your problem, somebody else's problem, every time you get distracted from the wonderful gems that you have, you keep a fool diary. You say, today I was a fool. Every time you get a little better, I was only a fool twice. You get to the point that I'm not going to play into the foolish game, but I'm going to play into the game of mercy. And the opportunity to be able to make a difference, because we know that Krishna gave a planet to Dhruva Maharaj. One of the reasons the battle of Kurukshetra fought was to place Yudhishthira and Maharaj on the throne, and Dhruva Maharaj had even some mature desires to get them. So these are not just something only of the past. It shows what can happen when the bhakti is placed properly. That's why I said that we're feeling more humble, feeling that so many things are seemingly, we're once thinking things are happening by ourselves and realize no, but at the same time we're so excited about what is available. And we want as many of you to be a part of that so we can have this ongoing, wonderful, eternal festival in the spiritual world. We want to be looking around and say, well, it's like the most made it. Huh? We want to be thinking, well,
All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Definitely talking about authenticity and different ways that we can become more sincere, more authentic in our devotional service. I want to welcome Mother Shri Upanishad, who will lead us in the Nrsimhadev prayers. And she went to high school with His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami, and she's an amazing, enthusiastic, fired up devotee who lives in Cleveland, actually Akron, Ohio, and is full of bhakti, energy, and lots of love and enthusiasm. So we will have her quickly give the Nrsimhadev prayers, followed by His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami.
Hare Krishna. Hari Hari Bol.
Hey, Krishna.
Bol. Jai. There we go. I'm ready to ask, where's Lord Nrsimhadev? Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Srila Prabhupada. My pranams to Lord Nrsimha. Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. Namaste Narasimhaya. Well, Hiranya Kasi Purvatsa Vilatankana Kalaye Itoni Simho Paratoni Simho Yato Yamitasto Simho Bahini Simho Hidayanam Simho Vashim Hamadim Saranam Papare Avatara Tamalai Hare Natam Abuta Singam Dalika Hiranya Kasipu Danubingam Esavadita Nara Hari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Jaya Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Kavakara Kamalabare Nakam Abuta Sringam Dalita Hiranyakasipu Tanubringam Kesavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisa Hare Jaya Jagadisa Hare Jaya Jagadisa Hare Jaya Nrsimhadev Jaya Nrsimhadev Jaya Nrsimhadev Jaya Nrsimhadev Jaya Bhakta Prala Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Nashinga Jaya Nashinga Jaya Nashinga Jaya Nashinga Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo, Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Krishna Pad, Krishna Pad, Jaya Jaya, Srila Krishna Pad, Bhakti Tirtha Swami Ki Jai, Hari Hari Bo, Nishingade.
Jayo. Hari Hari Bol. Thank you so much.
Jai.
Okay, so Jai, thank you. All right, so actually, next we have His Holiness Sachinanda Maharaj, and then His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami, and then we'll read from Spiritual Warrior 2. All right. Okay, so Sachinanda Maharaj, His Holiness Sachinanda Maharaj, left home only when 16 years old to meet devotees and to become a disciple of Srila Prabhupada in 1971. Maharaj's years in ISKCON were spent by translating Srila Prabhupada's books from English to German, and after he joined the book distribution party in Germany. Desiring to deepen his preaching, Maharaj soon started to visit people who already got our books to encourage them to actively practice Krishna consciousness at home. This was the beginning of a Namahanta congregational preaching in Germany and the Northern European area. Later, this developed into a big preaching programs with the Gauranga Bhajan group and the Nityananda Bhajan group. Sometimes preaching to 30,000 people, Sachinanda Swami would say, quote, "My heart dances in joy when I see so many people taking to Krishna consciousness," unquote. Later, Maharaj was instrumental in helping to start different farm communities and projects like the Goloka Dham project in Europe. In the last 10 years, Sachinanda Swami dedicated more of his time to inner spiritual life, seeking inspiration and higher guidance on extended pilgrimages and spiritual retreats. He visited Vrindavan many times and organized a number of retreats devoted to the holy name. He also visited many holy places such as the Himalayas, South India, etc. Always a preacher, Sachinanda Swami shared many of his insights in his book, Nectarian Ocean of the Holy Name, also the Gayatri Book, and The Way of the Great Departure, and The Living Name. So we'd like to welcome His Holiness Sachinandana Swami. Thank you. Welcome.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very, very much for inviting me to speak something on let us say, the wonderful qualities of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. I consider this invitation really, to say, as very dear to my heart, because I somehow feel in this way I can be connected with our dear Maharaj. It is said in the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, if we are mindful of those whom we love, then these personalities are amongst us. So by joining an event which talks about our Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, I feel connected to him. I do remember the many events where we met, and perhaps more important for our friendship were these times when we either met in a room and we could talk like brothers without, let us say, preaching to an outside crowd. Or I remember the walks which we did. I'm sorry, we had yesterday a big program I attended a program in Berlin where so many people chanted and danced. And afterwards, I talked for a long time to the people. So my voice is a little bit needs a little water. One moment, please. Oh, this is too hot. This water. I have to wait a little. It will come back. So yes, these walks which we took, where we just where he revealed his deep insights, his personal realizations, his joys and his pains, and concerns, and everything which is shared amongst friends. So thank you very much for giving me the chance. I would like to now prepare a little bit my speech. So I would like to start now. Please join me if you wish. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Askatyade Satadine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Bhaktavinda. And everyone, please, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. There is a great value in remembering the lives, the teachings, the words, and the example of the great devotees. A great value. At the end of the Battle of Kurukshetra, Yudhishthira, as we all know, felt discouraged. So many people had been killed as a result of this fratricidal war between members of the same dynasty, actually. And he felt hesitant to step on the throne, thinking it to be blood-stained. In order to find courage to take on the rulership, Krishna made a suggestion so that Yudhishthira could find the courage. Let us go to Grandfather Bhishma, who lies on the battlefield. He's still there. He is pierced through by many arrows, but he keeps his life inside to wait for a best moment to leave his body. So Yudhishthira went with his brothers, guided by Lord Krishna, to the Grandfather Bhishma, who was there talking to the saints, rishis, and anyone who would come And when he saw Lord Krishna, he was overwhelmed. He cried tears. He expressed it in his prayers in the Bhagavatam. You have come at the end of my life to bless me with your darshan. So, no? So Yudhishthira had many questions. They are dealt with in the Mahabharata. And one of his questions is important for our meeting here. It's a question which probably all of us have. The question was, how can we develop good qualities? I think you all know that in us there is a mixture of qualities. Some side in us wishes to go to Krishna, wishes to serve, wishes to worship the Lord, and so on. But another side feels attached to the material energy and is therefore binding us. So there's a struggle sometimes between our conditioned nature and our deep spiritual desires, which are also there. So Yudhishthira's question was, how can we develop good qualities? Virtues is the English word. And listen to Bhishma's answer, please. Please listen attentively, because this is helpful also for all of us. And he said, to achieve virtuous qualities, one must regularly hear about or study the glorious lives of the great devotees of the Lord. Yes, we human beings become inspired, motivated, enthused by other human beings who walk the path before us and who, by their glorious example, show us, yes, it is possible. And please go this way. Please look here. Look into this perspective. I will share with you one quotation of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, which changed my whole outlook on life and made me go to the next level. I think you know this quotation. I will come later, but hearing it again and again, you might feel how Bhishma's answer is relevant to you as well. You might also feel what we feel in contact with great devotees. Yes, and I will also do like this. I will also develop these qualities. I have faith in this, and I will move forward with strength. In the scriptures, it is said that hearing about the qualities of a great devotee of the Lord is very beneficial. They say 1/100th part of these qualities of the great soul comes to us as we hear about the great soul. We become, in other words, empowered. Something comes into our heart that was not there before, and we are inspired to take to actions which we did not think were possible for us earlier. So this is the benefit of hearing. I wanted to now share this quotation with you, and I will read it very slowly. I request you to tune into these words now of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and let them affect, possibly even shift your perspective and let it sink in, as they say in American English. When you desire to serve is beyond your capacity, yet you act without hesitation, that is the moment when empowerment takes place. Once again, when you desire, it's only a desire. No? When your desire to serve is beyond your capacity, what you can do, yet you act without hesitation. That is the moment empowerment occurs. This acting without hesitation, why do you do it? Well, what gives you the strength to act without hesitation and take a route over the mountain of your own inabilities, perhaps, or weaknesses? Take a route that takes you up and beyond. How do you how can you act like this? Well, it's simple. You have faith in your spiritual master, and you have how would you say this? And the Supreme Personality of God. Yata Deva Tata Guru, the scriptures say. Someone who has simultaneously faith in his Guru and in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. To him, something is given. That is, he understands and can act upon the Vedic scriptures. Yeah. I'm coming close to the end of my allotted speaking time. It's important, however, for me to end with one thing. My dear disciples of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, and my dear admirers or devotees whose life he has deeply impacted, I am wanting to say an important message. In some way, he is still there and accessible. And Prabhupada wrote about this in relationship to his own Guru Maharaj. He said, my spiritual master has now entered into his Nitya Leela, into his eternal pastimes. But he is still seeing everything that I do. This mystical seeing, if you so want, mystical in the sense that the person is not there, he doesn't look at you either by being in the same place or through Zoom or whatever. No, he's not there. It is explained in the Padma Purana by an analogy. The tortoise, I hope I say it correctly in English, tortoise, leaves the ocean and puts its eggs into the sand of the beach and then immediately goes back into the ocean. But while in the ocean, the tortoise meditates on the young ones who are there in egg form. And by this thinking, by this well-wishing thinking, they hatch, they come out of the eggs and they grow. So I believe that great devotees, they still send us the blessings as it is explained in this analogy. This analogy is discussing how Janardana, Krishna, maintains his devotees in the world. He thinks of them, sends them the well wishes. But it's an analogy, or let us say example, for how our Guru Maharaj can be in our life, though he may have, for external vision, disappeared. And he does this, as you have heard many times, through his Vani, and also when we serve his mission, when he is there, standing next to our side, encouraging us. Krishna Shakti, do like this. And at that time, and everyone who listens, I just saw this one name, and I know Krishna Shakti, I've seen her in the past, standing right next to us. And it's now up to us to hear or follow his sometimes subtle promptings. I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak about my beloved God brother. There is not much time. There are more qualified speakers. I know our Guru Prasad Maharaj is there in the just in the loop, so to say. I will now remove myself from this screen and I will look at Guru Prasad Maharaj, and then I very quickly have to leave. Today is inhumanly, indescribably full with services, but I wanted to be there, and I shifted my schedule around, and because I love His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj very, very much, genuinely.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for taking your time out to be with us and sharing your words of wisdom and your inspirations from Bhakti Tirtha Swami. It really means a lot. So thank you so much for being here. And now we are going to welcome His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami. And Guru Prasad Swami was born in the USA and studied nuclear physics at Purdue University. After becoming disenchanted with science, he transferred to the University of Texas, where he made contact with the Hare Krishna movement. But it was later, during his military service in Panama, when he encountered ISKCON, which changed his life dramatically. Upon concluding his military service, Guru Prasad Swami joined a pioneering group of Krishna conscious devotees in Central America, stationed in San Jose, Costa Rica. He attended the 1976 Mayapur Vrindavan Festival and was initiated by Srila Prabhupada there. He received sannyas initiation in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in 1982. Guru Prasad Swami's early contribution to ISKCON Costa Rica centered on administrative services and distributing BBT publications in 1975 in the USA, and from 1976 to 1978 in Central America. He became the temple president of Costa Rica of the temple in 1978, and then began traveling around Latin America, opening temples, establishing worshiping centers, and collaborating in diverse administrative services. In 1987, he became a member of the GBC with zonal assignments in Tucson, Arizona, and Mexico, where he is co-zonal secretary for El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, Belize, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Colombia, Trinidad, Tobago.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, sorry, maybe Krishna Shakti has got cut off. So
Yes,
my apologies for that. But please, you carry on. Thank you for being with us. Our love and gratitude to you. And we're really grateful you're here. Okay, Maharaj, please, over to you.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami. Namaste Satsavadeve Vaishnavani Pacharine Nirvishek Nivati Paschatariне Jai Shri Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj Ki Jai. Confirm my speaking language. Okay. So, first of all, I'm very pleased to have the honor of addressing all of you, wonderful devotees, because Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was very adept at training and making wonderful devotees whose faith was very deep and strong in Krishna consciousness. That was my experience. As I was in the army, I was drafted into the army, and there I found the Bhagavad Gita, although I already met the devotees, but they went away and I couldn't find them again. Then I got drafted, went into the army, found Bhagavad Gita, and what was stuck there for a while. 1975, toward the end, I was processing out in San Antonio, Texas, and I had some books. Rameshwar Prabhu sent me many boxes of books, told me to do Sankirtan in Panama, so I did it the best of my ability. And then, so I had some books, I was distributing books, and I saw someone on the other side of the street. It was Niranta Prabhu. He said, I'm with the library party. Why don't you come and join us? So I said, okay. Yeah, I didn't have any place to stay anyway. So I went there and I met Mahabodhi Prabhu and some others, and they said, we're going to have a get-together in a few days. You can travel with us and you'll meet the other members of the book party. So that was my first opportunity to meet Ganesham Prabhu. And I remember my first impression. I never saw anyone with such a radiant, overpowering smile. And at the same time, such an intelligent person, at the same time, so simple in his dealings with one another, but yet deep. You could feel the depth of his personality, and at the same time, his willingness to help and be with others. So I met him, spent a few days. Then he went off in different library party. I traveled with him for a while, went to India. And then when I was in India, I met him. I had the fortune, I was staying right outside of Srila Prabhupada's room because I was a pretty good typist and they needed a typist. And so I would always peek in the window, and I remember Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj came, and Srila Prabhupada was so pleased pleased with him, when he heard about all of his wonderful, dangerous, adventurous preaching throughout communist countries. And then we met each other in the ashram. Everyone at that time would sleep in the Gurukula. And we became distant friends, distant because although I wanted to stay with the library party, my temple president said, I need him back in Latin America. So Prabhupada said I should go back. So, but every year I came to India, I would meet Ganesham Prabhu, and then of course, afterwards he became Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And we were always, although distant, I was distant from everyone because I was way down in South America, and so many devotees from North America, Europe, and India. I didn't have the chance to meet them until later in life. But we were always friends, and I was always amazed. I always wondered, how is this devotee who's senior devotee to me always so, why is he so kind to me? But later I realized that he was just kind to everyone. That was his nature. He had a feeling of outreaching and touching people's hearts that was indomitable. And I so much appreciated it. And then, you know, we had a talk about universities and studies, and we would meet occasionally here and there, and he always made me feel like he was one of my old bosom buddies that I'd known for indefinite time. Even though we barely saw each other. So then I became a GBC, 1987, as you heard, and all my upadhis. And then, of course, sometimes Latin American can be quite a struggle. And so one of his disciples, Darshan Prabhu, became the temple president. And he said, I'd like to invite Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. I said, oh, of course, please, yes. If he has time to come, great. And so Maharaj came, we had a nice time, and he had a wonderful time. He said, I love the people here in Mexico. They're so attracted to chanting and dancing, and that's what I like the best. And so after some time, he came again, and then I proposed to him, along with Darshan Prabhu, could you become my co-GBC? No, I need some help here. I can see the devotees are very attracted to you. Some devotees want to take initiation. I'm a little cut and dried, kind of a introvert, and you're such an extrovert. So he accepted, to my amazement. And so that's when I really got to spend more time with him, because he would come and spend a week or 10 days. And we had so many wonderful talks about Krishna consciousness and about the challenges and the obstacles. And, I sometimes having the poorest and most violent zone, except for nowadays, Ukraine and some other places, Gaza Strip, but that most of the time my zone has been the most violent zone in the world and one of the poorest. So there's a lot of challenges, but he would always lift my spirits with, just like he was speaking in the little clip that we saw at the beginning of this program, saying, he would always put everything in the positive, put everything in the proactive. And I remember one thing he said in one class that really stuck with me. He said, when you go into a situation, you should make it more positive. You should bring Krishna into the situation, because whoever brings Krishna in will attract everyone, because Krishna is the most attractive. And so I really appreciated that overwhelming positive attitude that he always had. And one time, I remember he told me, he came on Radhastami one year. And so, we're fasting, and I was thinking, we'll just sit and read about Radharani's pastimes. He said, no, let's go on Harinam Sankirtan. So, I'm not, I have a high metabolism. I was already, this was like 11 in the morning. I was thinking about noontime, prasadam, get my energy back. And he said, let's go on Harinam. I said, okay. So we went, but just to see his energy and his enthusiasm, I just broke out of my lamentation, and we all had a wonderful Harinam for 2 or 3 hours until the park officials kicked us out. And and then we came back and had a nice feast and kirtan all day long. And we had some wonderful talks. I remember one time he came for Rath Yatra in Guadalajara, Mexico. And I was feeling, he's so attractive. I said, why don't you just be the GBC for Mexico? I'll just help you, and I can work with the other countries. Devotees are so attracted, and he said, if you leave Mexico, you will ruin this yatra. So I said, okay, Maharaj, okay, forget about that. But please don't leave. And so at that Rath Yatra, I remember something he said to the devotees, which was very, very inspiring. And I repeat it many times when I speak to devotees before Rath Yatra. He said, just like when I may have said, maybe all of you heard this at different times, I don't know. He said, if any one of us takes the ropes of this cart and pulls, we won't be able to move the cart. But all of us together pulling on it, we can move the cart together. So therefore, the association of the devotees is the most important aspect of Krishna consciousness, because all of us together can attract Krishna and can bring Krishna to the world, just like we're bringing Jagannath to the streets of Guadalajara. So I was very happy to hear that, and that stuck with me, among many other things that he said. Then he came back one time, and I noticed this lump on his foot. I said, Maharaj, that doesn't look so good. No, you have to get that checked out. He was telling me all these things were happening in his body, that he would have to relieve himself, but he wasn't drinking any water. And I said, Maharaj, because I studied a little Ayurveda and natural medicine. I said, Maharaj, the lump on the foot, what you're telling me, it sounds like cancer. No, you better get it checked. And then he told me, he sat down, he said, I don't want to check it because I know what they're going to do. They're going to want to cut it out. And if they cut it out, I won't be able to dance. And if I can't dance, how can I enthuse the devotees? And I said, Maharaj, whatever you do, you will enthuse the devotees. But, he waited. And anyway, I couldn't force him. Just like Jayananda Prabhu, I always consider that he and Jayananda Prabhu were very much alike. Jayananda Prabhu wanted to preach. When they told him to go take a treatment, he did, but then they said, oh, you can't preach to the other people. I said, well, then I'm leaving. Otherwise, his service was more important than his bodily condition. And I saw that in Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. So then he got diagnosed shortly thereafter, because the lump got bigger and he couldn't avoid it anymore, started invading his foot. And then unfortunately, he had to give up being my co-GBC, which was a big loss for Mexico, a big loss for me. And then when I went to see him, before it was too bad, he was just had been diagnosed. He showed me his library. And I was amazed to see among all of Srila Prabhupada's books, so many different books, psychology, helping, all based on helping people. And I really saw how deeply to heart he took his mission. In his last years of traveling, he told me that I want to go everywhere I can and help the devotees. So many devotees I see, they become a little discouraged, and I want to dedicate the rest of my life just to encourage the devotees. And I said, wonderful, Maharaj, but don't forget about Mexico. And anyway, then of course his cancer progressed, and it became evident that he wouldn't be around so long. So all of us wanted to go see him. I went there together with Jayadvaita Swami. And we talked for some time. And he said, I remember what he said verbatim. He said, I tried to help people. So, because we said, what can we do for you, Maharaj? He said, I tried to help so many people. So if you want to do anything for me, just help as many people as you can. And then he had tears in his eyes, and I had tears in my eyes. And he said, both of you get out of here. I can't take it anymore. And unfortunately, that was the last time I saw him. I just wanted to say in closing that I always appreciated so much his books, the depth that which he entered into each subject matter, as those who were here in the beginning saw, in the introduction, how popular his books became in self-help circles, in psychology circles, in all kinds of circles. And, some people couldn't understand, some people have a closed idea of that we should only read Prabhupada's books, and I don't criticize them. Prabhupada said everything is in my books, but I saw how much effort he put into trying to create an understanding of how people can understand Srila Prabhupada better, how people can enter into his books and have the basic principles of Krishna consciousness. And at the same time, those who are devotees and by our psychological karmic baggage were troubled in their Krishna consciousness. He wrote so many books just to help them, just to help them and to help those devotees, as he labeled many of his books, spiritual warrior, to become spiritual warriors and understand, as he said in a little clip, that we're at war with Maya, and our business is just to give Krishna consciousness, irregardless of the circumstances in life. So anyway, I know there's many other devotees who will speak, and unfortunately I have to leave because I have a program. I'm in a village of 200 people. I'm surprised that the internet lasted, but very happy that it did. And again, very happy to have your two-dimensional view and multi-dimensional heart feelings. And I hope that someday I can associate with all of you personally. Hare Krishna. Srila Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanandi. Hare Hare Bol.
Jai, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maharaj. All right, I am going to close one of these. Your internet lasted better than mine. It's been good here in Angola. That's why I stayed here. But Maharaj, I just also want to thank you so much. Every time I've gone to Mexico, you have welcomed my mom, my family, everybody so wonderfully, so nice, with so much love and care and attentiveness. And I love seeing you every year at New York, and just really feel blessed and grateful that you're here. So thank you so much for being stalwart devotee all these years. And
New York Rat Theatre
yes.
also. Hare Krishna.
Yes, I look forward to seeing you. Jai Hari Hari. All right, thank you so much. All right, so next we are going to, I think, read a little bit from Spiritual Warrior 2. And I will read the first page, but if something happens and I happen to disappear, someone will step in and continue reading. But either way, we'd also like to open it up for other people to read and reflect. So we will begin reading, and then if people would like to share, just raise your hand or unmute yourself and share some of your reflections or realizations as we are reading through Spiritual Warrior 2. All right, so becoming transcendental. When we genuinely serve another person. Ooh, all right, so let's bring it back one page. Thank you so much. You can just scroll, but yeah. All right, so when we genuinely serve another person with unconditional love, we are surrendering to the will of God. We are not, we are setting our personal interests aside and doing the necessary, no matter what the cost, because of our love. We do not react even when someone is critical or angry. We just find a more tactful way to accomplish our service. We go on being humble, which means being concerned about others and making even better arrangements for them than we would for ourselves, because we love them even more than ourselves. That is genuine unconditional love. Such steadfast behavior means that we are becoming transcendental instead of remaining merely sentimental. We are sentimental when we are attached to feeling good, to maintaining peace at all costs. Or for tolerating, see if I can get back in there.
We can hear you, Krishna
All
Shakti.
right. Okay. When we did, okay. When we generally serve another person with unconditional love, we are surrendering to the will of God. We are setting our personal interests aside and doing the necessary, no matter what the cost, because our love, we do not react, even when someone is angry or critical. I think I needed to read that twice because that's, yeah, definitely something I need. All right, so when we find a more tactful way to accomplish our service, we go on being humble, which means being concerned about others and making even better arrangements for them than we would for ourselves because we love them even more than ourselves. That is genuine unconditional love. Such steadfast behavior means that we are becoming transcendental instead of remaining merely sentimental. We are sentimental when we are attached to feeling good, to maintaining peace at all costs, or to tolerating the misdeeds of others in order to avoid their displeasure. This is a form of sense enjoyment. That is a hindrance in spiritual life. As we have seen, real love is not based on wanting to feel good mentally, psychologically, or physically. The focus of such a superficial approach is not based on wanting to feel good mentally, physically, psychologically. Okay. The focus of such a superficial approach is egocentric because we are just using a relationship, even with God, to get what we want. We become transcendental when we rise above the material state of affairs and the platform of everyday mediocrity. Any reflections so far as we are turning the page? Any reflections? Okay, I'm not actually able to see if you have your hands raised, so just unmute yourself if you do have some reflections. We elevate ourselves by keeping our focus clear, preserving in our spiritual practices, and passing our daily tests. We do not allow obstacles, such as our own senses or those of other people, to stand in the way. Love does not always mean that we maintain contact with the person or that we are gentle and kind. Sometimes we must go away to speak harsh words, but such actions are soft to the heart because the motivation is selfless. We're capable of love, of real love. We do not stop loving others, even if we decide to be abrupt or stop associating with them. Despite appearances, our first priority should always be their highest good. As spiritual warriors, we should always seek to raise the energy level around us. When we practice grading our surroundings, we progress quickly because we are radiating divinity and love wherever we go. According to the law of karma, whatever we give to others, we will receive back in kind. Therefore, the more love we give, the more we will experience. This brings us to the subject of empowerment. Although we may not want to help others, we may not believe that we have sufficient love to give.
It was, although we may want to help
Yes.
others.
We do want to help others. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mixing the next line in there. Although we may want to help others, we may not believe that we have sufficient love to give. In such situations, the Lord dwelling in our hearts can respond to our call, empowering us to serve beyond our normal capacities. Indeed, highly spiritual people do not rely solely upon their own intelligence or their normal understanding. Their deep, genuine commitment brings unlimited love, knowledge, and realization beyond their own personal limitations. That is why we become receptive to the Lord's help. Miracles start happening. All right, any reflections so far from these 2 pages? It's kind of hard to actually see if anybody have any reflections?
Okay, maybe I'll share something very quickly. First of all, thank you for hosting this, and thank you to all the organizers for hosting such a wonderful program. It's wonderful to see everyone here. So to the section that Christian Shakti was reading, so what really stood out to me was this idea that if we're really trying to serve, then Krishna will facilitate that. And also the point that Guru Maharaj was making about not being sentimental and really looking at the deep well-being of another person. And I really appreciated how what he shared, it's different from just looking at things superficially, but really looking at what's the motive behind whatever's going on. And I thought that was just really, really powerful. So I just wanted to share that.
Hare Krishna, beautiful devotees, we accept our humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. This is Parikshit Das, living in Pennsylvania now. I also was listening to Krishna Shakti in the when she was reading, and literally, as she was reading, I was just going through things that have happened in our temple in Harrisburg. And I realized I better really, when it comes to my turn to preach, I better really inject some of these ideas into the minds of the devotees and learn from it myself also. One of the things that came up, we were looking at someone who could really be a very good future leader, but he's right now a fair weather type devotee. You know, when things happen that we have to be upfront and dealing with it in a loving way to solve it, he wants to put it on the side. No, let's not deal with it. Let's not deal with it. You know, that's what Gurudev called as sentimentalism. You just mentioned it right here. You know, and I know I've talked about someone else, but obviously mentioning their name, but actually we need all of that. I need it myself too. I can't be afraid with a person. It's just I have to approach it in a nice, loving way. And then Gurudev also said in this book that when you're loving, the more loving you give, the more love you give to someone, the more love you get in return yourself. So those are the 2 things that that came across forcefully to me when you were reading. Thank you very much for this. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Shakti, I think Navakishore Prabhu, he's got his hand up. Navakishore Prabhu, can you unmute yourself and please share?
Yes, Hare Krishna. Thank you, Parikshit Prabhu and Buddha Bhavana Prabhu, for sharing that. What I was reflecting on was that that when someone's critical, that not to as if identify the criticism, but continue to love someone even when they're critical. And I've been thinking about internal dialogue a lot and how our thoughts about what the person is saying is what makes us agitated or upset or disturbed. And that if we give space for someone to have their own feelings about a situation while desiring the welfare of someone else, then it can keep us from getting sucked into perhaps their view or their maybe the perhaps any negative emotions, but focus on how to continue to be loving in the situation.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. Any other reflections? That's definitely, I know, I'm definitely, thank you, Parikshit Bhavana and Navakishore for sharing. Definitely
I just wanted to
reflect.
Hare Krishna, it's Rasamurthy here. I just wanted to just reflect on, you know, what the Maharaji said and to what Buddha Bhavana said, and to Parikshit Prabhu, to Navakishore Prabhu, I think the underlying kind of intention in what they're saying is that love has no price to pay. And, you know, constantly as spiritual warriors, you know, we're always trying to uplift the situation. We're always trying to better the situation. And that is what Guru Maharaj wants us to do as leaders. He really wants us to be fortified with each other's association, and in turn, you know, give that priceless love to everybody. It's a thankless task, and you know, it's what he wants us to kind of drive his mission forward in this way, in being very unconditional in ourselves.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful reflections. All right, would anyone else like to share? It's beautiful how the video and the lectures and everything just seems to interweave so nicely together. All right, well, we're going to keep on reading. If someone would like to read, you are welcome to do so. You can raise your hand at this time to read. And if not, I will keep on reading. Has anybody raised their hand? Because I can't tell right now. All right. I'm going to keep on reading, and if you would like to read, just please interrupt me. Okay.
I'll read.
So Dark Night. Okay, thank you.
The dark night of the soul. In the process of freeing ourselves from internal entanglements, we may experience a dark night of the soul, which is a period of serious testing. In order to fortify us for such difficult periods, esoteric teachings emphasize the need to be regulated and unaffected by happiness or distress. When we live a regulated life, as we have seen, we develop equipoise and learn to be undisturbed by circumstances. Then when difficulties come, we are prepared. Surgeons, paramedics, and firefighters are carefully trained for emergencies. When a crisis arises, they know just what to do. A firefighter pulls on boots, slides down the pole, jumps on the truck, turns on the siren, and races off to the fire. A paramedic checks for vital signs and instigates life-saving measures. A surgeon cuts in the proper places and makes the necessary repairs. Because these people are prepared, danger or the sight of blood does not deter them. However, if we are not trained, or if we are trained improperly, then in an emergency, our mind goes blank or panic sets in. We have no idea how to act. Just as a paramedic or firefighter must be trained to act properly in a material emergency, we must also be thoroughly prepared in spiritual life. We must learn ahead of time how to handle the crises that occur because of our desire for sense gratification. If we are well fortified in advance, then when these crises come, and come they will, we will immediately do what is necessary to remain steady and unaffected. I'm going to pass off the baton to someone else at this point. My kid's screaming.
Okay. All right, would someone else like to read?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. Yeah, you can unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Okay, let me just get back to the Zoom program. Way ahead. Hare Krishna. Jai Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Jai ho.
Jai. I just need to be larger, a little bit larger. That's what I'm trying to pull it up. Haribol. Okay. So we're beginning in Sanskrit. There is a principle called akinchana, meaning the Lord sometimes intervenes in our lives to take everything away. Although we may not understand his reasons at the time, the Lord is actually clearing the path for something greater. We cannot receive his gifts unless we first stop clinging to what we already have. We often need a divine push to let go. When this push comes, we may cry out in anguish, "Oh God, I have nothing." But we must remember at these times that everything happens for a purpose. If God does not remove our old attachments, he may find our hands too full to receive the blessings he wishes to bestow. In the streets of our cities, we may notice homeless men or women who have almost nothing, but who cling ferociously to the few useless objects they have managed to acquire. These simple possessions are vital for these people, for those people. We can become vicious if anyone tries to take them away. Although this behavior may seem absurd, most of us act in just the same way. We are so deeply attached to useless junk that we leave no space for anything of greater value. Some of us must lose everything before we are open to receiving higher blessings. The dark night of the soul is that period during which everything seems to go wrong, even though we have been trying to live a spiritual life. In such circumstances, we may be tempted to think, even God does not love me. I'm chanting, I'm praying, I'm meditating, I'm fasting, I'm vegetarian. I'm kind to people. I read the scriptures. I respect the saints. I have a spiritual teacher. I'm doing everything I know how to do, but still, the Lord doesn't love me. But if we remain equiposed, this is the point in which our consciousness can genuinely mature. We are no longer seeking material results from our spiritual behavior because all material rewards have been taken away. If we persevere in our spiritual life despite these difficulties, we are learning to love and serve God no matter what. The importance of faith. The dark night of the soul can seem interminable, interminable. A leap of faith is necessary if we are to weather its challenges successfully. But we must be careful because faith can function on several different levels. For example, criminals may have firm faith that their next bank robbery will bring them millions of dollars, or investors may choose catastrophic investments based on misplaced faith in the transitory world of the stock market. Although these are examples of faith, obviously the faith is misdirected toward mundane goals rather than spiritual ones. The idea is to develop strong, properly directed faith based upon the teachings of the saints and scriptures. In saner times, such faith would be strengthened by the example of our peers in daily life. But in today's society, very few people live according to the scriptures. With no ready examples around us, we may devalue spiritual teachings or become frightened of them. This is why we must take a concerted effort to find and associate with other spiritual people. As we witness the positive effects of spiritual life on them, we gain more willingness to how to become, let's see here, just lost the spot.
It's right at the bottom.
Okay, here we go. We gain more willingness to imitate their lifestyles. Thank you. The scriptures abound with examples of proper spiritual behavior. Unfortunately, although we can gain enthusiasm from these stories, we may still view them as theoretical. We can all too easily dismiss the accomplishments of saintly heroes or heroines by saying, well, that's Jesus, that's Moses, that's Buddha, that's Muhammad, that's the Goswamis. They are sons of God. Of course, I can't be like that. But we are mistaken. Such prophets and teachers have come to show us how to become exactly like them. Those Christians who consider Jesus to be God may believe they are elevating and respecting Jesus in this way, but actually they are doing a disservice. Jesus himself says in John 5:30, I can do nothing on my own authority. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just because I seek not my own will, but the will of him who sent me. He clearly states that he is working on the behalf of his Father. By considering Jesus to be God, Christians are justifying the human tendency to err and minimizing the importance of trying to become like Jesus. Excuse me. They can excuse themselves by saying, after all, Jesus is God, and I am a mere human being. But Jesus reminded us that we could imitate his feats when he said in John 14:12, truly, truly, I say to you, he who believes in me will also do the work that I do, and greater works that these will he do. However, it is also true that in Kali Yuga, or the age of quarrel, we cannot easily imitate the saints. Out of his love for us, the Lord compliments our efforts because he knows how hard it is in these times to be saintly. He specifically says in the Bhagavad Gita 9:22 that he maintains that what we have and supplies what we lack. Excuse me. Anyas Chantanyato mam ye jana paru pasate tesan niyat bi yuktanam yoga kesama vahimiyam. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. But his intervention does not come without a price. We still must reach a certain spiritual level and continue to work hard to receive the assistance that is available. Once we have reached that point, the Lord and his agents will seize our hands and pull us up. The Lord's mercy is always greater than his law, and God is constantly considering our mitigating circumstances and extending his loving help. Hare Krishna.
Hari Hari. Oh, that was delicious. No. Nectar. Very much so.
Srila
So okay, any
Gurudev.
reflections? Jai. All right. Any
Haribol.
reflections? Hari Hari.
Jai. I like
Reflection.
for us to go back to that verse in the Bhagavad Gita and remember that God, Krishna, always carries what we lack. He's there. He's got our back 24/7, all the time. That is so consoling, you know. Hari Hari Bo, Hare Krishna.
Seriously. Definitely. Other reflections. Right, you can open up. I feel like I'm still meditating on the fact if you don't say something when you need to say something, like that can be a form of basically causing harm to not only yourself but to other people. So, I'm still, that's a little, because a lot of times, yeah, and then to think that it's actually a form of sense gratification. You know, if you don't respond when you need to respond, that's that can be a, oh wow, okay.
I needed to respond there.
Right, can be very,
I'll let you know.
thank you. All right. Okay, so I guess we are going to move on to the next session. Speaking of, all right. So thank you very much, Mother Sri Upanishad, and thank you everyone for reading. And we'll have a little bit more reading in a little while. Thank you. All right. So His Holiness Chandramali Swami is a disciple of his founder, ISKCON founder, Acharya, His Divine Grace, Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and is initiating spiritual master within the ISKCON movement. He was born in New Jersey, USA in 1947, and came in contact with ISKCON in Denver, Colorado at the age of 24. In 1973, he began practicing Krishna consciousness in New York City, and shortly thereafter began serving at the New Vrindavan farm community in West Virginia. That same year, he received his initiation from His Divine Grace, His Bhakti Tirtha Swami Srila Prabhupada. In 1986, he accepted sannyas and began preaching in Cincinnati and Columbus, Ohio. In the early 1980s, he became involved in ISKCON prison ministry in the USA and began visiting prisoners and holding programs in jails, along with regularly writing letters to inmates and sending them Srila Prabhupada's books. His Holiness Chandramali Swami is now leader of the ISKCON prison ministry and has worked tirelessly to document the spiritual progression of the worldwide inmate community. His dedication to the welfare, growth, and sustainable rehabilitation of these prisoners has culminated in the book Holy Jail, a touching compilation of the activities of the ISKCON prison ministry over the last 30 years. Where the lives of hundreds of inmates have changed due to the practice of Krishna consciousness and the support they received by devotees. In 1995, he began serving as resident sannyas in Chicago, where he was based until 2013, when he left us and relocated to Croatia. At present, His Holiness offers spiritual guidance around Europe, USA, and India. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Great to see you.
Hare Krishna. My obeisances to you and all the devotees. Panchakalpa tarubhischa kripa sindhuve vachaptitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namaho namaha. Mo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pastyatya De Satarani. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Niti Namine. Vanchakalpa Tarubhischa Kripa Sindhu Vevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaho Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So I offer my obeisances to all the devotees, and I would also like to express my happiness and my good fortune to have the opportunity to try to speak something about the glories of such a glorious personality.
Maharaj, before we start, is it possible that we could humbly offer you a garland, a virtual one? We have one for you.
A garland?
Yes, it's a virtual garland, but on behalf of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and the disciples, we'd like to offer you one. Is that okay?
I haven't refused a garland yet. So.
Oh, okay. So Yogini Mataji, can we offer the garland? So here, come on to her, please. You take over, unmute yourself and offer to Maharaj.
If I had a garland here, I would put one on, but I don't. I'm here I'm in Mayapur Dham, and tomorrow we are honoring also Bhakti Tirtha Swami with a grand celebration for his appearance day here in Mayapur, which will be a 4-hour program.
Gamita Prabhu, unmute yourself and offer Maharaj the garland, please.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Is the garland coming?
Yes, here it is, Maharaj. He's putting it on you now.
Okay, there it is. You did it.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Our pranams to you.
So I got it. See? You guys are pretty good. Right through the machine, I got this garland. Okay. It's like very virtual mystic power. Okay, Bhakti Tirtha Swami, what can I say? I mean, I can say one thing for sure. I was extremely fortunate, and it was a very big part of my spiritual life, his personal association that was there for many, many years, all the way back to, you might say, even the 1990s, or even before that, when he was connected with New Vrindavan. And over the years, we developed a nice relationship. Many times we would talk, and he would ask me, he would be in Gita Nagari, and I would call him just to find out if I could come and see him, and he would always invite me to come. But he would say always that I'm so overwhelmed with so many services that if you come, can you give classes? Because he wasn't able to do everything, so he would always allow me to take the position of giving classes on his behalf. So, of course, his disappearance in my life was a great thunderbolt. It really devastated me really strongly because I felt like on a personal level that I had lost someone very, very close, very dear. But Maharaj as a person, I mean, we know that many of us know personally his glories. And one of the most outstanding quality is that he was always very personal. And in his personal relationships with devotees, he was very compassionate. He always wanted to make a difference. It goes back to his childhood when he was growing up, that his mother, he would also speak about how his mother always told him that whatever you have, try to share it with others. Try to make the persons who are less trodden or downtrodden or in a more deprived situation, help them, give them something, bring them closer. And he grew up in a very Christian type background. And so even at the age of 10, he was speaking about God. At that time, and we also know sometimes when we were with him, sometimes in his speech, he would stutter. But when he was young, he would stutter more. But as he became more and more of a preacher, it sort of left him and was practically gone. His preaching was always in the mood of uplifting, compassionate, taking personal concern of devotees, both of their spiritual life and their material struggles in this world. He gave his time, his energy, everything, his personal self. I remember one time I was with him in Gita Nagari, and I was noticing day by day, he was meeting so many families who came to him with problems, discussions, various things that they wanted to get solved by Maharaj's association. And I was thinking, wow, he's spending so much time, giving his time to families, mostly women and children. And I was thinking, I didn't say anything. I was completely just on the thoughtful level. I was thinking, wow, he's spending so much time with these persons. And then he looked at me at one point, kind of knowing what I was thinking. And he looked at me and he said, they need it. They require it. So I'm here. So he could understand that I was thinking, why is he spending so much time with families? We could doing other kinds of preaching. But that was his mood. That was his mood to make a difference with people. And people developed a real close relationship with him because he took time for everyone. He gave his time, he gave his heart, he gave his everything to preach, to uplift. When he was in his last years in Krishna consciousness, he was traveling all over the world, 35 countries he went. The year before he came down with that melanoma cancer. And he wanted to make a difference. I used to tell him, Maharaj, slow down. He wouldn't listen to me. He said, I want to give as much as I can in the time that I'm here to bring more and more people to Krishna consciousness, to Prabhupada's movement. He was intense in his practice of Krishna consciousness on the personal level, and just as intense or even more so on the preaching level. We know he made Prabhupada's books famous in many colleges around the world, universities, bookstores, and others, where he actually risked his own life to go behind the Iron Curtain when the communist bloc was very strong throughout most of Europe. He went to countries that weren't allowing people from the outside to come in unless they were given permission. And to have an Afro-American coming in he would have been suspect immediately. It was not possible for him to try to get in, but somehow he would get in. And then he would take time to go to different universities. He describes how many times he had to run for his life in different places, such as Czechoslovakia and in East Germany, when the local police became aware that someone was preaching some religious sentiment to people, and they were on to finding him, and he had to run. So this was his determination. Some of the episodes he describes are quite interesting. When he was in Czechoslovakia, he was in one university, and he was going to one professor's office. And then he noticed there were some people following him, and he could understand they were following him. So he started to run, and then they start running after him. He happened to turn the corner, and as soon as he turned the corner, he looked up and he saw a sign of a professor's office, and he immediately opened the door. The door happened to be open. He went in. The professor was sitting there, was kind of shocked to see this person all of a sudden coming into his office. And he said to the professor, I'm here, I have an interview with you. I'm sorry I'm a little late. And he said, I don't know of any interview with you. Oh, I did it with your secretary, perhaps she forgot to tell you. And so he charmed the professor in such a way that he sat there and he started explaining Prabhupada's books. And the result was that the professor took a whole set of Prabhupada's books. So in running to get escape from the secret police, he wound up selling a whole standing order of Prabhupada's books. And Prabhupada was keeping account of the devotees who were preaching in these dangerous areas, in Islamic countries, in countries that were communist blocs. And then at one point, this was towards Prabhupada's last days with us in 1977, Prabhupada was on his way to America, but he had stopped in London for some preaching. At that time, Bhakti Tirtha Swami came to see Srila Prabhupada, and Tamal Krishna Goswami met him, and he knew Maharaj's preaching, and he wanted to give him, bring him to Prabhupada, so Prabhupada could meet him, because Prabhupada was hearing all about his activities. So when he came in the room, Prabhupada was at a distance, sitting at his desk. So he's walking closer. As he's getting closer, Prabhupada gets up from his seat, walks around the desk that he's sitting in, walks right up to Bhakti Tirtha Swami, and embraces him. And Prabhupada had tears in his eyes. I mean, this is quite unusual. I mean, this is not something that Prabhupada normally did or even seldomly did. He had tears in his eyes, and he said, "Your life is perfect. Thank you so much for distributing my books." And then Bhakti Tirtha Swami said to Prabhupada, "Only because you have forced me, Prabhupada, that I'm able to do this. It's only by your mercy. And Prabhupada said, yes, that is the process. That it is my spiritual master forces me, and I am forcing my disciples also. And so then he was thinking, what does it mean that my life has become perfect? He was thinking, what did Prabhupada actually mean? And he was reflecting on that. My life has become perfect. And then later on, he understood that when he got sick, so much people came to see him, to worship him, to be with him, to help him in his struggles. Prabhupada was sending all of these devotees to give him so much of their love, their time, their whatever else they wanted to give. And he could understand, because of that, he was feeling so happy that I'm receiving so much mercy, so much love, not only from my disciples and others, but from my God brothers, others also, who took time. I remember we were in New Vrindavan, and we were in the middle of a festival. It was a weekend festival. It was this festival of inspiration that happens every year at the beginning of May. And devotees were speaking, and it was different speakers on different topics. At one point, I think it was Radhanath Swami got up and started speaking about Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And all of a sudden, the idea came to everyone. Maharaj said, well, Bhakti Tirtha Swami is in Gita Nagari now, and his health is not so good. Let's all go see him. So we stopped the festival in New Vrindavan. And we all jumped in our cars, which is about a 4.5, 5-hour drive from New Vrindavan to Gita Nagari. And we all made our way to New Vrindavan, to Gita Nagari in our cars, just to see Bhakti Tirtha Swami that day. I remember it was such, and when he was there, he was so happy to see all the devotees. And we told him we just gave up the festival just to come and see you. And he was smiling from ear to ear. You know, his oceanic smile, and you can see it on so many of his pictures, along with those who were personally present to experience that. And when he would smile, the whole room would vibrate with happiness. It was such a powerful expression of his Krishna consciousness. And there are so many, many, many wonderful episodes in the life of Bhakti Tirtha Swami, how he gave himself to spreading Srila Prabhupada's mission in so many ways. On a personal level, he helped me a lot. One time, I had a very difficult decision that I had to make. I was in charge of a preaching center in America, in Cincinnati, Ohio. And I had just taken sannyas just before this. This was around the year 1986. And so the question came, as a sannyasi, should I continue to preach in the preaching center, or should I go out and just travel and preach? Because that's the main duty of a sannyasi, to travel and preach. And so there was a quandary, there was a conflict. What should I do? And if I was to give up the preaching center would stop, because there was no one to take over the responsibility. I was running it alone, pretty much. So it became a real difficulty. So I started to think that when you want to make a big decision, you have to ask, senior devotees, and get their blessings, get their permission. So I did that. And I was going to different senior devotees. And some were saying, well, if you leave the preaching center, what will happen to the devotees there? Better to stay. Others were saying, no, it's your duty as a sannyasi, you should go and travel. So I was getting back and forth answers from both sides, because I wanted to go to as many senior devotees as possible and find out. But then I was thinking, you know, the voice of Krishna is what I'm listening to, wanting to hear. Where will that voice come from? Which person will give it to me? And I wasn't hearing Krishna's voice. I was hearing everyone's own, what we say, understanding of my situation. So then one night I happened to go to Washington, D.C. to meet Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And he was there and he welcomed me and I sat down. He was sitting behind his desk. I was sitting at a distance away at one table. And then in a very, what we say, embarrassing way, I wanted to present the same question to him to see how he would respond. And so I did. And then at one point, I noticed he was quiet. But I know in his quiet, he was thinking about what I had said. So while he was thinking, then at one point, he got up from his desk in a very grand way. He waved his arm into the air and said, "Go out and preach." He said it with such animation and such enthusiasm. I said, "Thank you, Krishna." I got it. This is what I wanted to hear. And without any other consideration to think what will happen if I left, I simply followed that instruction and I left. And then I always thanked him for that because it was a turning point in my Krishna consciousness. And that actually was beneficial for me to make that move in that direction. And he guided me according to what I thought, what I understand was Krishna, what was Krishna actually wanted me. Well, this was a personal experience I had with Bhakti Tirtha Swami. But we had so many wonderful times together. I mean, some of them were quite humorous, and some of them were just struggling with various types of difficulties. And I would go and speak to him sometimes after he would spend time with devotees. And I would say, "Maharaj, I see every time the devotees leave you, they're happy. They're like, you know, they got something." I said, "How do you do it?" I wanted to know the secret. So he said to me, he said that most of their problems is that nobody really cares about them, or they can't find people who actually care. So I'm here to care, and into showing my care, I listen. I just listen to them, and I give them time to speak. And in that time when they're speaking, they start to see what is their problem, and they start to understand more about the solution to their problem. He says, "I don't say so much. I'm just there to be there, to hear from them, to be their friend, to let them know I care." And he said, "That's enough." And then they feel, well, as long as they feel someone cares for them, they get confidence, and then they can move on in life. So I really appreciated how he used to deal with people. Of course, there are many beautiful stories, and tomorrow I'm going to be speaking at the community center, and it's a 4-hour program. It's on Mayapur time, which is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you can tune into that, maybe Mayapur TV or one of the Mayapur video programs, you can connect with that. There'll be many devotees speaking about Maharaj. So I think my time is up. I only have a half hour. So do we have any time for any questions or comments or anything that the devotees would like to respond?
Yes, I think we can open it up for questions.
Yes, we can.
Anyone?
Hare
Naviki.
Krishna,
We got
Maharaj. I
Please.
didn't raise my hand, but
Hmm?
I didn't raise my hand, but my thoughts were, I was very touched by the process, or not the process, but when you said that Srila Prabhupada actually gave up his seat and hugged Maharaj. I can't even say it, I got so touched by it. Srila Prabhupada just hugged Maharaj, just
Yeah.
just squeezed him.
It's really described. Prabhupada actually had tears in his eyes. Just
That's
being,
so
he was so grateful for the service that Maharaj's done.
Mhm.
Preach in such difficult places and distribute his books. And Tamal Krishna Goswami was really amazed. And he said to Bhakti Tirtha Swami later, I never saw Prabhupada do that.
Mm.
And he said
Jai
that
Hare Krishna.
was a very rare form of mercy that he received. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, Maharaj. Haribol. And it's so wonderful to see you too. Hare Krishna. Jai. Haribol.
Okay, next we have Naviki Shore. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hare Krishna Maharaj. Can you tell us more about the work in the prison ministry that you're doing?
I just recently did a prison program in London about 3 weeks ago, where we came in with books. There was 4 of us. We did kirtan, and there was about 12 inmates who came. They were very, what we say, unruly and very challenging when we first got there. Every time I started to say something, they would interrupt and contradict me. And I kind of expect that from these kind of audiences sometimes. It's just the way it is. But there was 4 of us. There was myself, 2 other brahmacharis, and 1 lady who was one who organized all these prison programs. So at one point, I said, well, I'm here to speak a little bit about God consciousness, but I can see none of you are interested, so I'm going to stop speaking. And then one of the inmates got really concerned, and he started chastising the rest of them. Hey, let him speak, So he was going on like that, and he was like saying, "You be quiet. Come on, we're here to hear from him. He's got something." And so they all listened to this one guy. He was quite big. He was from Nigeria. So I guess he was a little intimidating. So everybody kept quiet. And then I got to speak. And then as I was speaking, then they became more and more interested. And I was just giving basic understandings, the difference between the body and the soul. What is actual freedom? Freedom is not necessarily being out in the material world doing what you want. Freedom is to means that your soul is free to experience the actual happiness that it's meant to experience in our relationship with God. And that can be found no matter where you are, even in being locked up in a prison. So these were the topics we were discussing. And a lot of nice questions from the inmates. And then at the end, we gave 4 or 5 books to each one of them. And we did japa meditation. We actually had a small kirtan, and it was very successful. We were also visited by the chaplain, by the librarian, and by other administrators in this, thanking us for coming and doing this program with the inmates. So it's a difficult form of preaching because many of them, are in a very difficult situation, so they don't trust people so much. They come to find out something, but at the same time, there's a lack of trust, and they want to test you. But somehow or other, if you can get their confidence, this is not always the case, but Many times it's like that. You can get their trust, and then they become really interested, and then they want to read the books, and they promise to chant. And so these devotees that I went with, they do this program regularly in different jails in the UK. And so they keep contact with these inmates and make sure through the various agencies in the jail that they get more books. And if they want to write letters, we also communicate with them through letter writing like that. So it's and once they become convinced, then they really become good devotees. Although they don't leave their particular situation, they become good devotees in jail. They also preach to their fellow inmates. So that's just one example of a recent program we had was in Liverpool, the UK, the place where the Beatles were born. Liverpool.
If we want to get in contact with the ministry, how do we do that?
Well, there's one lady in America. Her name is Bhakti Tirtha. She does full-time prison preaching, sending letters, sending books, connecting persons like yourself and others with inmates through letter writing programs and others. So I can connect you with her, and from there she can probably give you some service. You see if you can maybe start a letter writing program or something. I'll send if I have Ananda Vrindavan's email. She's the one that's been not hosting, but organizing the program through the Zoom. I'll send her the contact of Bhakti Tirtha. Bhakti Tirtha has been doing this service for 20 years now. Every day, that's her main service.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we only have time for one more question, and I'm going in order in which the presenters had their hands raised, or the people had hands raised. So Mitravinda's next.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for speaking today. Please accept my obeisances. All goes to Srila Prabhupada. I wanted to take the time to sincerely thank you for sharing and reminding those who've benefited from my Guru Maharaj's gifts, one of many to include, as you spoke of, the ability, both in a skilled way, but also intuitively and a part of his being, to listen, to heal, to listen, to help one think and see what's beneficial truly for themselves, spiritually, physically, emotionally. I have had the great benefit of that at my Guru Maharaj's feet, lotus feet, many times. And your reflection on it really brought home the need for our society to be able to hear one another for all of those purposes and help each other come closer to Krishna, but also to help transcend pain and trauma and misunderstandings in a way that can help us remember Krishna. I have dedicated my life to the things that my Guru Maharaj wanted me to do. Although imperfect, I do feel inspired, and your reflection on this in remembering him today has just inspired me more. Thank you so much, Hare Krishna.
Thank you. That was very nice. Your personal testimony is worth, the writings of many books. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Maharaj. We are going to we're just so happy and thankful and grateful that you're here and that you shared your pastimes and realizations and reflections. And yes, Kentucky is now bouncing back. I think in Lexington, we're actually possibly about to open up a temple. So very, and I'm just very happy that you could be here and share your reflections with us. And thank you for all the service that you do and continue to do throughout the world. And look forward to seeing you in New York, Krishna willing. And thank you so much. We are now going to
Thank you very much. Hare
Jai.
Krishna.
Haribol, thank you. Thank you for the garland.
Okay, all right. Okay, so thank you so much, Maharaj. Okay, so next we have Her Grace Mukhya Devidasi, who came to the Temple of Detroit in 1974. She learned how to cook and how to distribute books and was consistently engaged in both services for 13 years. She served in New Mayapur, France, and Haifa, Israel for several years. And Her Grace, Her Grace moved to in 1988 and had Prashadam restaurant for 7 years. During one of our monthly home programs, she hosted His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. She has been serving the temple as temple president of ISKCON Alachua for the past 16 years. All right, so Her Grace Mother Mukhya Devidasi Ki. All right, okay. It's Her Grace Mukhya Devidasi Ki.
Okay, now can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm
yes,
sorry.
Now I can.
Okay, I never use Zoom on my phone, if you can believe it, but I usually do it on my computer. It wouldn't come on. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me. Let me first offer my obeisances to all of you, because Bhakti Tirtha Swami has very exalted disciples. Vanchakalpadubhyascha kripa sindhu bhyeva patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Thank you for asking me to come. And I'll move along. I don't even have a half an hour probably to speak, but I'll just tell you about the time when he came to my home, because of course, in those days, everybody kind of knew who everyone was. I knew who Bhakti Tirtha Swami was. He had come to Detroit Temple. He was with the library party, and they would come through. When we had moved to the Fisher Mansion, they came through. And my impression of him was he was such a serious sadhaka. I had, I'm more of a nervous, fidgety person. So when I chant japa, I have to be moving all the time. That helps my brain calm and concentrate. He sat totally still for the whole japa period in the lotus position with his back erect, with his eyes closed. For the whole time, everyone was chanting japa in the temple room, and I had actually never seen anyone do that. So I was very impressed with what a kind of a strong brahmachari he was at that time. And then, of course, the years go by. We had moved from the Detroit Temple to Sarasota. And during those years, for 4 years, I had a program in my home every month. And for a couple of years, Ratapaja Swami came every month. And then another couple of years, Nagaraj Prabhu came every month. And during one of those times, Bhaja Govinda called me. She and I were friends from Detroit. And she said, Bhakti Tirtha Swami is in Alachua. He'd like to come to your home program, give the home program. And I was really honored and excited. And I would advertise the programs through my restaurant. So people in town got to know me because prior to the restaurant, I taught cooking at a vocational school. I taught how to offer the food and how to even put on a sari and how to cook all the vegetarian dishes. And people would take the course over and over. So I got to know people in that town. And then when it was time to have my programs, I put up a poster around town and at my restaurant. So when I knew Bhakti Tirtha Swami was coming, I really wanted to push the advertising because, it's pretty rare to hear from such an elevated devotee. So we wound up having about 75 people come and usually about 35 or 40 would come every week. So I was pretty excited that 75 had come. And we got a podium, like I think it's called, you stand behind it with a microphone, and we were in my backyard, and he was so beautiful addressing the whole group and speaking to everyone, and everyone was deeply touched in their heart, by him, and they were buying his books after. It was really special. But when he got into town, he had my address, whoever was driving him, but he went to the wrong house. He went to the lady next door to me, and I didn't know her. I just, I knew she was my next door neighbor. We might have known each other by looking, but we never spoke or anything. But he was in his full African garb. He had the hat and the robes and all the colorful, clothes. And so he rang her doorbell. She opens the door and she looks him up and down, and she goes, "You must want that lady next door." So he just, went over there. But I thought it was funny that as soon as she saw him, she knew this must be for that person who lives over there. So anyway, that was a very wonderful experience for me to host him. And I just wanted to, over the last couple of days, I've given some thought to what kind of things I would say about Bhakti Tirtha Swami. It's very nice to spend time before any great devotees Vyasa Puja Day to think about them and the things they've done and the impressions they've made on you. And I had remember something that I'd read in the Prabhupada Nectar books, where he had gone in to see Srila Prabhupada, and he wanted to tell him, and he told him, Prabhupada, there is prejudice in this movement, and I have not been treated well, and I have not been treated fairly by many devotees. And, as you're reading this, his expressing what happened there, you start to think, well, certainly Prabhupada will give him some empathy and some, pat him on the back and make him feel better. And Prabhupada just said to him, if you take those things seriously, then you are no better than them. If you operate on the bodily platform of life, then you are the same as them. And that was a big turning point for him, actually. And it can be for anyone, whether you're a woman or a non-white person or whatever the situation, when you realize that, Prabhupada knows what everyone can take and when they can take it. He knows just how to speak to someone's questions perfectly. And when Prabhupada spoke to him in that way, bring him up to the of getting off the bodily platform, it really changed his preaching actually a lot. And those kind of things were kind of let go, and he became much more preaching on a kind of elevated way, not seeing people by their bodily designations. And I think for all of us, we can benefit from that a lot. Not to get hooked up too much. I'm a woman. Women in ISKCON. It's one time where the GBC many years ago had invited a group of women to come and address the GBC so that they could speak to their experiences of Krishna consciousness. So this was Jamuna, Vishaka, Sitala, Sudharma, I think there was a couple other ladies there, and very exalted devotees. And they were going to finally speak to the GBC, had finally acknowledged that maybe we haven't been that nice to you. So everyone came in the room. The ladies are, sitting there, and everyone came in the room. And one by one, they just each person walked to the furthest corner of the room that they could to kind of get away from the ladies, one by one. And then Bhakti Tirtha Swami came in and Radhanath Swami came in. And they looked around the room. They saw what was happening. And each one sat next to one of the women, and the other sat at the other end next to another woman. They weren't going to have any of that separation, so it just made everyone, especially the ladies, made them feel, heard, seen. And that was the beginning of that meeting. But, that was a kind of telling thing that he gets it, he got it, what it felt like to be second class. And that, I thought that was very, it was very sweet and very impactful for them. What he writes in the back of the book that he wrote called Surrender, the Key to Eternal Life. I read that today to the devotees because in honor of his Vyasa Puja, I wanted to read something. that he wrote or something about him. And if you read it, there's an undercurrent, you can feel some of the, the pain of living in this material world as he lived it, in particular, through his words there and coming out the other end. It's really something beautiful that he wrote there. A lot of devotees asked afterwards if they could get copies of this. And I wanted to read you something, because I was talking to Sitala this morning and telling her I was going to, you can still hear me, to come on the Zoom, and that you were all honoring him today. So she had sent me some letter correspondence that she had with him towards the end of his life. And it was amazing. I would like to read it to you guys, these letters that she wrote to him and he wrote to her. So I'm going to start with the first one. Dear Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Even though we have not had any personal exchanges, I feel that before you leave, I must express my deep appreciation and gratitude for all you have given to Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON society all these years. Although you do not know me personally, I have received great inspiration from you through hearing your lectures and reading your books. I want to thank you for being yourself, preaching in unique, interesting, and wonderful ways, despite a lack of appreciation from some devotees sometimes. Over the years, I have often struggled with feelings of disappointment, primarily in the lack of genuine love among the devotees, and especially within myself. But your enthusiasm for developing personalism and loving care among the devotees has often given me hope. I feel greatly saddened to think this earth planet will be bereft of your saintly association soon. There must be some exciting preaching going on somewhere else in some universe, as Srila Prabhupada seems to be calling his generals to him. It is sad, though, for us little foot soldiers to be left here with so little leadership. I pray to take to heart the spirit of love that you tirelessly preached. With deep respect and love, your servant, Sitala Devi Dasi. That was the feeling of all his God brothers and God sisters. It was a very devastating time for us to think that he would not be here. So I want to read a part of what he wrote her back. Dear Sitala, please accept my humble obeisances. Glories to Prabhupada. Hey, why do you say I don't know you personally? Just because we never had many conversations together, it doesn't mean that I don't know of you, your achievements, tolerance, struggles, and you trying to be a proper wife. And then he went on to speak about some personal things in her life that he knew about, and he was giving her encouragement about. And then he said, please bless me that I will develop intensely these same qualities. Then he said some nice things about Hari Sari Prabhu, that's her husband. Thank you for being who you are. It makes me proud to know that I have a God sister like you. Yours in Srila Prabhupada's service with love, Bhakti Tirtha Swami. So she wrote him back. She said, Dear Maharaj, what can I say? I am just sitting here crying. You are an ocean of mercy. All glories to your beautiful example of Vaishnavism, your servant, Sitala Devi Dasi. So she wrote, then she wrote him again. After that little exchange, a little time went by. She said, Dear Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I know you must be undergoing intense physical challenges while going deeper and deeper into the next phase of your service. I do not in any way want to disturb this sacred time, but I could not help but write to you one last time, as since receiving your last letter, I have been constantly thinking of you. I know that any day we may receive word that you are no longer with us, and I am stunned to feel the tremendous amount of resistance to this that is building up in me. I can hardly accept this as reality. I am fighting it out in my mind constantly. Why is this happening now? Why is Krishna taking another one of the most important preachers in our movement, pulling out another main pillar in ISKCON's foundation? Why? Why now, when ISKCON appears to be weaker than I have seen it in the past 35 years? I cannot make any sense of it. Why, when we are under so much strain, would Krishna take away one of the only preachers who is in touch with the world pulse, who is able to preach powerfully without fanaticism, who is pointing the devotees in the direction of developing authentic behavior and loving spirit, who is carrying so much of the weight? Why, when ISKCON desperately needs broad-minded ecumenical devotees, would he pull you out? I feel almost haunted by these thoughts. Why is Krishna doing this? We all know that death is inevitable. It is not about that. It is about why specifically you are being taken. I cannot make any sense of it. I know Krishna or Srila Prabhupada must be desiring your association, But from the perspective of ISKCON's ongoing development, it is a very serious blow. Similar feelings arose when Tamal Krishna Maharaj suddenly left. He had come into such a mature state of Krishna consciousness and was about to dedicate himself to helping Mayapur develop. I had been wondering how on earth this project would manifest and was so happy to hear that he would get involved, and then bam, he was gone. And now I find myself considering something that I had never thought of before. Perhaps ISKCON is not going to thrive and grow. Krishna pulling devotees out that are holding things up may mean that things are destined to become covered over for some time until lessons are learned or more empowered personalities are sent. Since I came to Krishna consciousness, I have always felt certain that ISKCON would survive whatever setbacks it faced and would somehow become what Srila Prabhupada envisioned. But seeing the state of things, I am truly beginning to wonder. Of course, I have faith that Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement will spread as predicted, but now I am considering the possibility that this may not unfold now. It could be many years or lifetimes down the road. These thoughts are not born from negativity or depression, but from a growing understanding that this is a possibility that I never considered before. So then she says, perhaps everybody should simply surrender. So she was giving more, sorry, am I still on with you guys?
Yes, you are.
Hari Hari Bol.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Yes, Mataji, please speak on. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, guys, could you please register me as an interpreter, second Russian interpreter or third Russian interpreter, whatever it is.
Please keep on going. That you're in the midst of nectar. I can't wait to hear the response. Definitely.
Can we chant while we're reading?
Disconnected real quick, and I completely understand the situation. My angle and connection has not been as strong this time. All right, so let's wait just a second because I have a feeling she's going to come back on, right back on. She's right in the middle of it. It was so good. I'm like, this is exactly what I've been thinking about lately. I want to hear what he says. No. All right, let's see.
Давайте посмотрим.
Okay, I think hopefully the Russian situation is being situated in terms of interpretation, but right now we are in a mix of some nectar. Mother Mukhya is sharing with us, and hopefully she will be able to rejoin. So she was just talking about the difficulties and reading a letter.
Now I'm back, but when did you lose me? Dang it, that letter's so sweet. When did you lose me?
I know, I'm like, you were right in the middle of it. I was like, this is so good. I'm like, this is exactly what I've been thinking about. I want to hear the response.
I know. Okay. I'm going to go right back to the letter. I don't know what happened. I think a call came in and I'm so stupid with technology. Okay, just let me get back there. Okay, I'm reading the second letter now. Did you get the first letter? And now I'm reading this other letter she wrote about she's just really wondering, like, how is it possible that these amazing devotees are being taken, especially him? She said such wonderful things about him. Let me just go back to it because who cares if you hear it again? It was so nice. Because this is how we felt, you have to, I don't know how you guys felt. He was like your father, but he was a very wise brother for us. He was a very special devotee. Okay. She said she can hardly accept the reality that he's going to pass away. I'm fighting it out in my mind. Why is Krishna taking another one of the most important preachers in our movement, pulling out another main pillar in ISKCON's foundation? Why now, when ISKCON appears to be weaker than I ever seen it in the past 35 years? I can't make sense of it. Why, when we're under so much strain, would Krishna take away one of the only preachers who is in touch with the world pulse, who is able to preach powerfully without fanaticism, who is pointing the devotees in the direction of developing authentic behavior and loving spirit, who is carrying so much of the weight? Why, when ISKCON desperately needs broad-minded ecumenical devotees, would he pull you out? I feel almost haunted by these thoughts. Why is Krishna doing this? So, okay, she just goes on to speak a little bit more about that. And she said similar feelings arose when Tamal Krishna left, Maharaj left, because, you know, he had reached a mature state of Krishna consciousness by then. He was getting ready to dedicate himself to Mayapur. Sitala lives in Mayapur. And then, you know, he was gone. So I just want to read you what he wrote her back. You know, she was having some kind of dark thoughts, like ISKCON wasn't going to progress. Maybe the Sankirtan movement spreading was going to stop for some time. I mean, that is how deep it was to lose someone of his caliber, because not that many devotees were as broad-minded, as even-keeled, as compassionate, as down-to-earth as Bhakti Tirtha Swami was. And still, there aren't that many. He has very unique life experiences, very amazing processing abilities that many people didn't have. I may be terribly out of line to ask such personal questions, but I feel impelled to ask anyway. I don't necessarily expect an answer. Please forgive my offenses and audacity. So he wrote her back, Dear Sitala, Prabhupada and Krishna have their own ways in how to help the society. So my leaving is one of those ways. It will have an impact that will help many devotees and will cause many leaders to be more careful in their leadership as servant leaders. So he had that impact on people, and his books are there, those beautiful books about servant leadership. And he had a positive attitude that, you know, this was happening. Krishna was taking him, and he was seeing that, you know, people can rise up to be more compassionate leaders. And in some ways, you know, these things have happened. I mean, I saw that on this call was Keshava Swami, who I listened to all his lectures, and he is someone who can reach out, you know, in a very kind and broad-minded way to lots of people. I see his preaching is very unique in that way. I mean, I'm not comparing him to Bhakti Tirtha Swami yet, but there are people who are taking up some of the considerations that Bhakti Tirtha Swami, you know, put out for all of us to take advantage of. So I just was thinking I could leave you with that.
Yes, thank you so much. I was like, oh man, the cliffhanger.
I'm sorry, I don't know how this, I think when a call comes in.
You were right in the middle. Like,
kind of lose it. But
no, that was.
Yeah, I mean, he had an incredible genesis at the end of his life, going through, you know, sometimes Krishna gives you time to process everything that's happening when you're leaving your body. And when my husband also had cancer right around the same time, just after him. And so they spoke on the phone a bit to talk about the kinds of treatments they were doing. And, you know, Bhakti Tirtha Swami encouraged him to try everything, even though he said it didn't work for me. They were going to the same clinic or something. He said, it didn't work for me, but I would say try it and, you know, give it your all. In other words, like let Krishna see that you're willing to give it your all to be cured. And at the same time, you're willing to accept whatever Krishna arranges. And I don't, you know, for the pure devotee, the birth and the disappearance are equal. So in that sense, I don't want to be morose on the Vyasa Puja day, but these are I think it's really important for all of his disciples to understand the kind of impact that he had on all the God brothers and the whole of ISKCON when he was here. He was extremely unique and very appreciated. I think Chandramauli Swami maybe just spoke about this, how he was, you know, he revealed his secret. He was so personal with everybody. So that is a big thing to remember for a leader and for a follower. You know, just we have to be very, very careful with the precious devotees and keep the frustrating thoughts to ourselves. I'm talking to myself right now, because, you know, people really thrive when they're appreciated, and he really showed how to do that. So thank you.
No, thank you. That was wonderful. That was beautiful. I'm like, the nectar is continuing. Thank you so much for your time and sharing those wonderful pastimes. and just reminding us of the impact that he had. And it's beautiful to hear from different levels and layers and relationships and seeing how he impacted everyone. So thank you so much for sharing.
Right. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Okay. All right. So next we have His Grace Mahesh Das and Her Grace Brihan Naradia Devidasi. Okay, so Mahesh graduated from UC Berkeley and met the devotees while at the university. He was the first student of the Basuri flute and the great master of G.S. Sachdev. After meeting the devotees in 1978, sorry about that. Okay, so let's see. After meeting the devotees in 1978, they both started service and producing music programs. Mahesh was the director of the Vedic Cultural Center at Berkeley Temple. He produced many kinds of classical music. In 1980, they moved to New Vrindavan and continued their music service. Mahesh composed and performed music for the Mahabharata performed by the Vaikuntha players. It was reviewed by the New York Times in 1987. They met Bhakti Tirtha Swami in New Vrindavan. They traveled with him performing music for various programs, including Cleveland Interfaith Conference with Alice Coltrane, Turiya Sankirtananda, a memorable kirtan that lasted for many hours. In the last few months of Tirtha Swami's life on the planet, in Hawaii, they spent many hours playing music or special ragas, concerning Lord Krishna's pastimes with Srimati Radharani and the gopis. All right, so we'd like to welcome both of you all.
Thank you very much, Hare Krishna. Panchakalpatarusya Sindhu Patitanam Pavanivyo Vaishnavivyo Namo Namaha. So, thank you for inviting us to say a few words. Actually, Mother Mukhya said practically everything that needs to be said. And also Chandramauli Swami said very beautiful things about Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. So the only thing we were thinking to do here was to play a little music that he really enjoyed. And our connection, one of our main connections was that Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was a great, great, great devotee of Lord Jagannath. So let's see if Brihan Devi was going to sing just a few verses of the Jagannath Astakam prayers, because to follow up with words after what we heard from Mother Mukhya would be very hard to follow. That's a very hard act. So yeah, let's play a little music now. The Zoom platform doesn't have the best musical sound, so I think we'll keep it short and we'll try not to play too much. I'm not sure how the sound is going to come out, especially the instrumental. The voice probably will come through okay, but the instrumental music on Zoom is a little bit deficient, but we'll play a little bit for you, or some of the music that Maharaj used to like. So here we go, and we'll get back to you in a minute. Okay.
So we'll just do the first two verses, and please join if you know the words or you have them on hand. We are in the middle of the season of honoring Rath Yatra and Lord Jagannath. And so Adi Chikali Tatavi Pinas Tatakaravu Udaviri Nari Vadana Kamal Sada Madhupa Rama Shambhu Brahma Madhavati Ganesh Sarsi Sida Pado. Jagannath Swami Bhaktagani Bhavat Jagannath Swami Bhaktagani Bhavat Uche Sajivenu Shirasi Siki Pucham Katitave Dukulam Netlante Sahachara Gatsham Vidadate Sada Srimad Vrindavana Vasatila Parichayo Jagi Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hari Hari Hari. Well, thank you, Brother David Dasi, for that.
Jai Ho. Hari Bol.
I don't know how the sound was. Were you able to hear some of the verses? Was that okay?
Yes.
All right, all right. Sounds good.
Yes.
So, well, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and myself personally, we travel quite a bit doing preaching programs in Washington, D.C. back in the 80s. I would play some of the Indian ragas, or he would lead kirtan, and then he would preach and talk. It was very, very, very close. We were very close at the time. In fact, we would sleep in the same room. There would be a blanket in, he would sleep on one side of the room, I would sleep on the other side. So we would be traveling like that for a long time. And then we did many, many other things together. But the main thing that I wanted to speak here that perhaps hasn't been addressed is some of the one of the principal points of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's philosophy, which was an instruction that was given to me personally that really turned my head around to understand a lot of things about our movement and Krishna consciousness. So I just wanted to mention this because a lot of the devotees listening to this program are devotees of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and maybe also Srila Prabhupada disciples. But we need to understand his position on Guru Tattva. This is like a crucial point, which really turned me around. And after I was convinced about it, I've been trying to tell others, other devotees. I have had discussion. I don't know why there should be any, because Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj is not saying anything else than what Prabhupada said. Okay, there we go. So I said, well, Srila Prabhupada said these things anyway, it's just that he's saying it from a different point of view. So the main position was that back then in the 1980s, there was a lot of confusion in our movement concerning the Ritvik position. And because there was so much, back in the 80s and early 90s, there was some serious questions. A lot of the leaders were not performing up to standard, this and that. It was a very bad situation, and a lot of the devotees were kind of confused about it. So I personally had tremendous confusion concerning this, and I kind of was losing my faith. And so I got to a point where I said, well, forget it. Maybe this is not correct. This is not the right philosophy or whatever. So at this point, I had an experience which was unusual, which is that I had a connection with Srila Prabhupada, and it was very unusual. It was back in the early 90s, it's like he had been gone for years. So I didn't think that was a real experience. But then as we went on the conversation, I realized that it was a real experience, that I was having an actual conversation with Srila Prabhupada. I said, wow, this is, how could this be? I said, am I going crazy? And then I realized that no, this is a real thing, because all the answers that I'm getting from this voice, they are just too perfect. I couldn't came up with all these answers. So I went to Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, who, the next day I said, hey, Maharaj, the Ritvik position is correct. You can connect with Prabhupada. You don't need the current gurus. You can just go to Prabhupada. You can connect basically. Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj. So he acknowledged that. He was such a clever and very smart, very intelligent, and very sharp devotee. And he offered his obeisances to me and said, Maharaj, why are you doing this? I said, well, you're my god brother. You met Prabhupada. And so he embraced me. And I said, well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, is that you can connect with Srila Prabhupada in this in a meditation and chanting your rounds and following his regulative principles and reading the books. And then this is the main point of his philosophy that it has to be kept in mind, is that he said, yes, the Ritvik position is correct to a certain extent. Yes, it is correct. You can connect with the previous acharyas. It is true that when devotees are under difficult positions or difficult situations, that the previous acharyas can come and help you in order to establish Krishna consciousness. So it is actually tremendous mercy that Srila Prabhupada did this for you. So this is great. This is good. But, and that is the key. He said, but as a general rule, this is not the position of our sampradaya. In our sampradaya, there is a living guru, a living acharya, or guru, or spiritual master, or advanced devotee, that is going to lead the devotees to Krishna. that is going to help the devotees to develop a loving relationship with Krishna. Otherwise, it's just too difficult to just go and find Krishna through the rhythmic position. It's just not, it's not in our sampradaya, it's not in our teachings, although it is true that it can be done. But it is much easier to actually go through a current teacher, a current spiritual master, a living guru that by example can bring you to Krishna consciousness. In other words, to bring you to Krishna consciousness and to establish that loving relationship with God. So that really hit my heart. I said, yep, you're right. I actually wouldn't even be here if I was not even talking with you about this. And you are completely right. I was convinced about his philosophy that you do need a living spiritual teacher or an example of a guru or an example of a devotee that is going to bring you to Krishna consciousness, that is going to give you the tools by which you can become closer to Krishna. It's a very, very valuable teaching. Otherwise, you can get lost out there in the ozone. It's like, you can, oh yeah, I just talk with Prabhupada, or I just talk with Bhaktivinoda Thakur, or they gave me this instruction or that instruction. Well, how do you really know unless, there is a current acharya or you discuss these issues with the devotees so that you establish what the actual truth is, because otherwise it is you and your mind, basically. So Maharaj really was very, very strict about this point, very strict, that you do need the help and the mercy, the help and the mercy of a current acharya in order to get Krishna consciousness and to get the mercy of the of Krishna. So very, very beautiful teaching, which I've taken to heart. I really listen to the devotees. There are wonderful devotees that give class, and there are specific devotees, of course, that I listen more than others and that I confide personally when I have some questions. So one thing is to know the philosophy. Yes, you can know the philosophy. You can be, you can understand basically the four nutshell verses of the Srimad Bhagavatam. You can understand we are not this body. We can study the Bhagavad Gita and understand the verses from the Bhagavad Gita. But ultimately, as Prabhupada says in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, is that no amount of knowledge, philosophical knowledge, or Sanskrit, or study of scripture, or even chanting your rounds, or is going to give you that point, that mercy, which can only be given by a devotee. And a devotee has to be, as Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj said, which Prabhupada said too, is in 2.438. He's not saying anything new. It's just that, these things get overlooked. We read the books too fast and we don't really understand what Prabhupada is saying. And that is the point that Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was saying. This is the value of his teachings, is that he is saying that you need that person. It is a person. We have a personal movement. And you need that person that brings you to Krishna consciousness. So anyway, I don't know, I'm suppose some of you may have some questions, and I'd like to open it up for a few questions here or maybe some insights, because I did bring up a very, very important point, and I have had many arguments and points with the devotees, and sometimes the devotees, they just don't listen exactly. They say, well, we have Prabhupada, we have the books, we have, we have the temples, but the devotee who who is at the service of Srila Prabhupada, who knows the scripture and is helping his own devotees in order to bring them to Krishna consciousness, that is what Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj says, that is the key. The key to find Krishna consciousness is to listen to the devotees and to reveal your mind to the devotees. Because if you want, the duty of the guru, the duty is to bring the devotee to Krishna and develop that loving relationship, so that now, once you have that loving relationship with Krishna, you can bring it to your family, you can bring it to your friends, your community members, to your church, to your temple. So, you know, you got to develop that Krishna consciousness, that loving relationship. And that it's, you know, it has to come from a guru. And it has to be a personal guru, most importantly. Now, if you are in a very strange, difficult circumstance, yes, the Sampradaya, the previous acharyas may step in and help you, may step in and maybe give you some help, some insight, some understanding. But still, we cannot bypass the current acharyas. So anyway, that is the teaching that I got from him. I thought it was very, very valuable in my life. Actually, I've been wanting to make a film about Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. I even wrote several scripts. I even sent them to Hollywood. I wrote 3 short scripts on his life. One was when he went to college and he led the march for Martin Luther King's passing. And he had this huge argument with the CEO of Princeton. He had a huge, well, it was a very interesting story. It is actually in the Black Lotus biography by Satyaraj. And so I wrote a script about that. Then I wrote a script on Cousin Eddie, the visit from extraterrestrials. And I sent them to Hollywood. And they liked it. In Hollywood, they said, well, this is good. You just have to keep writing more because these are just short scripts. We cannot do much with this. But then I've been having some health issues and I have not been able to continue with this work. But I really got into it. I listened to a lot of his videos. I've spent hours and hours and hours listening to his philosophy. Just trying to come up with some of these ideas. And it was very interesting when I was writing the script, how some of his own inflections, his own wording in his own language was coming through me. It was very, very interesting. But anyway, I'll stop right here and see if any one of you folks have any questions or anything that you would like to add to what I said.
Hi, thank you so much. You have so many different pieces. I feel like I feel like Mother Mitravinda might have some questions for you or would like to contextualize some of the background of the people that you mentioned. So I'm more curious about the Alice Coltrane and these different connections. And I didn't realize that the history. So I think, yeah, if you'd like to share a little bit more, and then Mother Mitravinda, if you also want to step in and ask questions or whatever.
Oh, Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, sister. Hare Krishna Prabhu, thank you so much for being here. I'll go to Srila Prabhupada. I would like to thank you for being here again. And I would like to also thank your beautiful and divine wife for sharing in such a wonderful way the glories of Lord Jagannath through sound and her skill and love of playing the harp. In 1994, my Guru Maharaj Bhakti Tirtha Swami took maybe 30 of us on a red eye to California. And we visited Turiya Sangeetananda Swami's ashram in the whitewashed hills of California, that amazing ashram that was stone-washed white, and the beautiful greetings that we got. And I remember, I believe it was your wife in the courtyard with the harp, if I'm correct. If not, it was someone else who looks very much like her. And
yeah,
and Turiya yeah, and Turiya Sangeetananda Swami, and we had Prashadam that day. Turiya Sangeetananda Swami spoke. My Guru Maharaj spoke. It was so pleasant and warm and Krishna conscious filled, and then the sound meditation of hearing the Hare Krishna Mahamantra by harp, and it was just amazing. I haven't forgotten it. It was many years ago. I have 2 children now, and life has moved on, but that experience has stayed with me. I even have I have one cassette from Turiya Sangeetananda Swami that I have not opened. And I have pictures from that day. And it was just a beautiful trip. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being there and having me relive this memory again of 2 highly conscious spiritual beings sharing this love of Krishna consciousness with others and teaching. And what you said about the Guru being in a living body is wonderful. And I since my Guru Maharaj passed, I have been struggling with aspects of that, and I see the importance of it. But I would also add that, my connection with my Guru Maharaj is still there and possibly stronger than ever, just in a different way, on a transcendental level where I'm not sitting in front of him getting instructions or being his secretary or serving in however way, seeing him across the room. He said that we have to have a deeper level of connection with Guru, and it should go beyond the body. I wanted to add that. That's what he told us. And that way we can still be connected, but there is also a need for a body. And I thank you for putting that out there because it is an important thing. Thank you so much for your levels of learning that you've given today. Hare Krishna.
Yeah. Well, you connected with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj when he was here in this planet. So you had a personal connection. That is the main point. You got to have that personal mercy, personal connection with your Guru. That is the main point. Concerning Turiya Sankirtananda, I remember when we played with her, and then we follow up on our conversations. I sent her copies of our music, and she was very gracious and really thanks us for sending her the recordings. But I remember playing with her at that conference with Maharaj. We had a kirtan that lasted, I don't know, I lost time. I lost track of time, maybe 4 hours, 5 hours. I was playing for hours and hours on my flute. And she kept singing all these melodies on a piano. She had a piano and she was singing all these beautiful bhajans. And I kept playing and playing and playing. And I kept looking at Maharaj and when is this going to end? He said, he kept saying, just keep going, keep going. So it was like an amazing day because we played for so many hours with Turiya Sankirtananda. She had an amazing voice and a great spirit. Fabulous.
Thank you for sharing. I would love to hear more pastimes of you with Maharaj in DC and just hearing about some of the pastimes. Sounds like you have a lot of intimate stories in different ways, and then also even Hawaii. Sorry, not Hawaii, California.
Yeah, Hawaii. We were for some time.
It was okay. It was
when he came. He had this melanoma, and he came there to heal himself. Being in a place, Dasarath Prabhu gave him a house, and we were there with him. And so it was very interesting. We would take care of him sometimes when his caretakers had something else to do. So we would go to the house and take care of him. And so I remember that most of the time he would ask me to read certain passages from the scriptures. And then he would say, okay, Mahesh, and what does the music sound like in that passage? Because there are different ragas that go with like Srimati Radharani and Krishna, or Krishna plays for Srimati Radharani. And there are also ragas that Srimati Radharani plays. because Shumata Radharani is also a great flautist. And so there are ragas that are attributed to Shumata Radharani, but Krishna doesn't play those ragas. But anyway, he would ask me about those ragas, said, hey, what about that passage? What music goes with that passage? And then I would play that music for him. It was very intimate situation. Some of the ragas were very, very beautiful, very beautiful. And it was very special for me to play for Maharaj in that intimate space. I thought that the music really came alive. It was not like playing for people. We are used to playing performance for a lot of people, but this was different. This was like, it was another world. I mean, I was really not in this planet when I was playing that music, to tell you the truth. I was not here. I was really not here. I mean, I was playing that music and I was really into the pastime. It was like, whoa, this is something else. And I would look at Maharaj when I was playing, and he would have his eyes closed, and he would just be listening, enjoying the music from the flute. And it was very special, very wonderful.
Oh man, I really hope you continue trying to get Gurudev's video, the Hollywood video. I really love that idea, and I think eventually it will definitely happen on that level, to that scale. Definitely would love. And did anybody record while you were playing? Because I mean, that's I'm sure that's like priceless. Those interactions. Did anybody record?
Yes,
No,
we've got
while you all were playing in Hawaii.
Oh, the music in Hawaii while I was playing for Maharaj, no, that was not recorded at all. It was not, I mean, no, it was just myself, Maharaj, the book that we were reading, which were Pastimes of Krishna and Srimati Radharani or the Gopis. He had special books that I've never saw. I think he was reading from Rupa Goswami's, one of Rupa Goswami's books. And it was just me and him. It was a very intimate, that wasn't recorded. I've tried, of course, I've recorded a lot of this music, but it wouldn't have the same feel as playing for Maharaj right there at that moment. But I couldn't see how I could do a recording at the same time we were doing this thing. I mean, it was not in my mind. I mean, I couldn't really do everything at the same time. It was too much going on. It was also a very intimate moment. It's just me and him, basically.
Wow, and all the celestial beings along accompanying and descending with you all. Oh man. Okay, Mother Shri Upanishad, you have your hand raised for a question or comment.
Hare Krishna. Hari Bol. You know,
Hari Bol.
I think it's so very wonderful that you're sending these scripts to Hollywood so the world can view our divine Bhakti Tirtha Swami. But my question is, are these scripts of documentaries, or are we going to have a character play Maharaj?
Well, the scripts, the way I wrote them, and thank you for the encouragement. As I say, if I get out of this situation, which is a health issue that I have to take care of, if I get out of it, I'm going to get back into it, because I really enjoy doing this and getting into these scripts. Because I connect with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj very, very closely when I am writing this thing. No, they are actual dramatic. It's a dramatic story. It's a dramatic story where we are actually living the situation. You know what I mean? It's an actual movie. It's an actual movie, not a documentary or anything like that. It's an actual movie. So that's the way I envision it in my mind, that it would be a movie where the spectator identifies with the character, like a movie. You identify with the character, you identify with the film, because filmmaking was originally my major in college. I graduated from UC Berkeley in film. So film was my major. And then I got into music. I got into Bansuri flute music. But I always loved film. I always loved making films or writing scripts. And I thought when I stumbled upon this, I said, wow, this would be great to make a film about Bhakti Tirtha Swami's experiences. And then these ideas started coming through my head, how to actually do it. It was,
So
I
did-
got into it.
So did you think of any characters that would play Maharaj that would, be able to personify
Yeah, that would
his,
be, that would be a
his
question.
personality?
Who would be able to play Maharaj? That would be a
You
very,
have to have an expert person who is casting for sure.
yeah, casting.
I have
Need-
some ideas, some people that I think that are already very, very famous, that could probably be able to, honor our Bhakti Tirtha Swami. So, I just think it's very wonderful. Thank you very much for even considering that. Haribo, Hare Krishna.
Please get in touch with us. As I say, I did get very favorable reviews from the reviewers there in Hollywood. They said, yeah, this is good, but you need to make it into a full feature, because I actually sent them 3 shorts. And they said, no, you cannot do anything with these 3 shorts. You got to actually put it into an actual movie. So I was working, I was
Haribo.
on that.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu. Haribo.
Haribo.
Thank you both so much. This has been amazing. This has been great. And a special treat. We have music. We got beautiful pastimes. So thank you both so much for sharing, and definitely look forward to hearing more in the future. Thank you very much for being here with us and sharing your mercy. Okay, thank you so much.
Haribo, Haribo.
Haribo. Okay, so now we're going to go to His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshava Swami, who is a spiritual author, community mentor, dynamic teacher, and worldwide traveler. In 2002, after graduating from University College of London, with his BS in information management, he adopted full-time monastic life to expand knowledge, deepen his spirituality, and share the timeless principles with the wider society. For over 20 years, Keshava Swami was a resident monk in ISKCON UK's headquarters, Bhaktivedanta Manor. There, he pioneered the School of Bhakti, led the monastic training program, and drove forward national outreach projects. He has designed numerous courses on Vedic theology, lifestyle management, and spiritual self-development, and also authored 10 books, which bring the ancient wisdom into modern context. In 2022, Keshava Swami accepted vows of lifetime renunciation. Nowadays, he is a globetrotter teaching in universities, corporate firms, government organizations, and spiritual communities, bringing wisdom to the places which need it the most. He continues to diligently study the Sanskrit text, considering how to proliferate spiritual wisdom in the world that is suffocating from materialism. Some of the books authored by Keshava Swami include Gita Life, Summary of Bhagavad Gita, Tattva, See Inside and Out, Bhakti Life, 18 Simple Steps to Krishna, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Compact, and Book Bhagavat, The Life Companion, Gita 3, Wisdom That Breathes, Playground of God, Loving Life, Embracing Death. So we'd like to thank you and welcome you back here again.
Thank you so much, Krishna Shakti Mataji. Thank you for your kind introduction. And yeah, I really feel grateful to be with everyone here, and somewhat unqualified to speak, but to churn the ocean of qualities of the Vaishnavas is the real meaning to life. So really happy. I'll try to share a few thoughts for maybe 15 minutes and kind of open it up. I'm sure there are other speakers as well. So again, my deep gratitude. Chakshuranmilitam yena tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha. Patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I first saw Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj when I was a university student, and the devotees had staged a festival and it was called Spiritual Warrior. And I was kind of new to Krishna consciousness, so I saw Spiritual Warrior and I saw the name Bhakti Tirtha Swami. I had no idea. Perhaps at that time they were using his other name, Krishnapad. And so I had my vision of who was going to walk in, the Swami that was going to walk in, I had a certain vision of an Indian Swami walking in. And so I turned up to the festival and Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj walked in, and it was quite surreal. And that night I remember the three things which stuck with me about Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, and which every subsequent meeting in which I saw him, I always remembered. Number one was his smile. His smile was just like oceanic. It was just like it resolved all philosophical doubts. It's almost like sometimes they say the happiness of a Vaishnava is the real truth of everything, because you can't argue when you just see the happiness of a Vaishnava. And so his smile really stuck out to me. The second thing which really stuck out to me was his speech. He just he spoke, and I'll speak about his speech later on, but it just emanated a different energy. And the third thing, just to give 3 S's, would be his style. Like he just had style. Like when he walked, he just had style. When he danced, he had style. And you could immediately understand this is someone with like spiritual aristocracy, and he just emanated a different level of spiritual kind of accomplishment just in the way he moved. And so, yeah, those were the 3 things that always I remember Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj for: his smile, his speech, and his style. And over the years, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj became a fascinating person for me, because somehow or other we entered into that life where we tried to dedicate ourselves to sharing the message of Krishna consciousness and trying to benefit the world as per Srila Prabhupada's dreams and desires. And I think in sharing Krishna consciousness, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj has to be one of my biggest influences. And nowadays, I just boil preaching down to 3 things. And I think Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj embodies these 3 things to an incredible degree. For me, after not such a long preaching career, maybe 2 decades of trying to share Krishna consciousness, I boil preaching down to 3 things. Number 1, being relevant but chaste. That's the first thing I think is so important. The second thing is sharing from the heart. And I think the third thing is touching people's hearts. And I think wherever those 3 things are done, I think the devotee is always bound to meet with reaching success, and Krishna will be present. And I think Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj embodied those 3 things, like perhaps in a very rare way. The first thing is to be relevant, but to be accurate. And I feel like that tightrope, only the most ingenious and realized devotees can do that. And what I found with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj is he was able to communicate, as we all know, Krishna consciousness in a language. He was able to talk about things in the world and give a Krishna conscious perspective that perhaps many devotees just wouldn't approach. They just wouldn't go there. They just steer clear of it. But Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, he kind of went into the world. I really appreciate him because he seems to me to be someone who never became institutionalized. And what I mean by that is we live in this beautiful community and this beautiful society and movement, but it's so easy once you come into this movement to think that this movement is the world. And this movement means the world to us. But there is another world out there. There's a big wide world out there that we have to connect with. And what I appreciated about him is that he was so much dedicated to reforming ISKCON from the inside and really making our communities what they can and should be, cleaning Prabhupada's house, as he often talked about. But at the same time, he never lost touch with the world. He always had his finger on the pulse. He knew what was going through people's mind. He knew what was on government agendas. He knew what was trending in the media. He knew the needs, interests, and concerns that people were grappling with. And I think that's just such an amazing thing that he was just so aware of the world. I think as preachers, we sometimes preach to a world that doesn't exist anymore. Sometimes I see the way we preach and I think, I don't know, like, is this really, it seems like we're preaching to a world that doesn't exist because the world has moved on, the world is changing. And yes, of course, there are things that the world is always going through that we'll always have to address, but it's so important to have the finger on the pulse. And Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was just so relevant and at the same time so accurate, just able to present pure Krishna conscious philosophy, but in a language and way that reached the people. And he's really a hero for me for that. And someone from whom I learned so much. To this day, we use his books, we use his perspectives. He was ahead of his time, so it's almost like what he was writing about is perfectly relevant today because he was ahead of his times anyway. So it's such a wonderful resource and such a wonderful example. And I love to go to Africa. I always talk about this with the devotees. I just love to go, especially to like West Africa and other places, just to see how he did it on the ground and just to hear from the devotees and just to see how he transplanted Krishna consciousness and just made it accessible. Very, very beautiful. So that's the first thing, to be relevant, but at the same time accurate. First cardinal quality. And then I think the second thing is I think a preacher really has to preach from the heart, and then it has a different effect. Then it has a different impact. Aristotle, he says in speech, there are three things. One thing is logos. Second thing is ethos. And the third thing is pathos. So he says an effective speaker has all three of these things. The first thing is that logos means logic. Like when they speak, it just joins all the dots. You can't floor their train of thought. It just flows. It makes logical sense. It's watertight. The arguments are sound and it's scientific and rational and digestible to the people. Logos. But then he says the second element that's needed for a speaker is along with logos, they have to have some ethos, and ethos means ethics. They have to have some character behind it. They have to be walking the talk. They have to be the real deal. Like they have to be experiencing and expressing this in thought, word, and deed. And then he says pathos, and pathos is the interesting one. He says when a speaker speaks, it's not just about their logic, it's not just about their character, but pathos refers to emotion. and the emotional weight behind what they're saying, the emotional investment and the emotional kind of substance behind it all. Like someone really speaks with some heart. And I think Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, I mean, he is like, we've all heard his lectures, and it just you can see there's just a lot of heart there, a lot of urgency, a lot of realization, almost a sense of pleading to the soul, pleading to the conditioned soul to like come to its senses. Someone said that about Srila Prabhupada. They said, when I heard him for the first time, I couldn't really get it, what he was saying. But he said the vibration from his mouth carried an urgency that made me think, I have no idea what he's saying, but whatever he's saying, it must be important, because he speaks with an urgency that that is moving a different part of my being. And so I think Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was one of the first speakers who I heard, like, who really made your hair stand on end. You know, I mean, it was almost like it was a moving experience. It was an emotional kind of, you know, when he talked about the Harinam explosion, and, you know, it was shaking your heart. And so I think he just came from a very, very heartfelt place, and people picked up on that. You know, he would. I think he I don't know if Satyaraj, who writes, it was his comment in Black Lotus. He says something like, the bigger the audience and the more important the audience, I just began to find myself more and more. It was just like this. As soon as the audience would get bigger, the prominence would get bigger, and the opportunity to affect people and communicate would get bigger, then he would just more and more of his heart would just come out and just inundate the people. So definitely he had a lot of pathos. And Aristotle says, when you have logos, ethos, and pathos, you have a power of persuasion. He said, one person, you'll go in and hear them speak, and you'll be like, amazing speech. And another person, you'll go in and you'll hear them and you'll be like, let's march, let's do this. And he says that's the difference between someone who has that added pathos. It ignites a call to action, where you just can't be like, that was a great lecture and now I just want to kind of go to sleep again. It was like, no, we got to do something. There was just a persuasion there. And so I think Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj carried that, you know, to really speak and share from the heart. And I think the third thing which I kind of boiled preaching down to is to really just touch people's hearts, beyond the relevance of what we say and beyond the persuasion of what we say, to just show a lot of care, to show a lot of concern, to show a lot of compassion, and to show that we're with you through that journey. I always found, in whatever short times and handful of experiences I had with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, he was just close to the people, on the ground. And that was beautiful. Even in a kirtan, it was almost like he wasn't just he was taking us on a journey to meet Krishna through the holy names. But in the process, I found in a kirtan, he was breaking down a lot of barriers. So he'd just come into a kirtan, he'd come into the middle, and he'd just pull you in, and he'd just put his hand around you, and you'd be dancing. And it was like he just broke those barriers, and it became like, no, we're all in it. We're in it together. And we're going to do it together. And that heart, that love, you know, to touch the hearts and really come together like that. I always appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, love is a overused word, a fuzzy word, and maybe a word that just because of how it's used in the world is just has lost a lot of its meaning. But for sure, he really carried that. I often say to devotees, there's two individuals who I met in my life who, when I just came in their midst, I felt an overwhelming flood of love. One was Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj for sure, and the other one was Mother Yamuna. I had the opportunity once to drive her, and I could just, I couldn't say much. I was just nervous like anything, but she was just very loving, like real mother. And Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was like a real father, like a real coming down on the ground and meeting you. And for these reasons, I think Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj just made waves in the world. I think someone mentioned why was Srila Prabhupada, why is Srila Prabhupada's greatest generals, servants leaving the world? It's a big lamentation. We need devotees like Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. We need this example. We can't move the world without these things. We can have the best philosophies, we can have all these systems and strategies and structures, but it just requires a lot of heart. And really, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was someone who brought that. So yeah, I remember his smile, his speech, and his style, and we can't emulate that. No one can imitate that, but we take inspiration from that every day. When I go out on the ground, and we try to go nowadays to academics, to academic institutions, to corporate organizations. Recently, I was in East Africa trying to meet people on the ground, and in some small way, we just try to bring a bit of that spirit that Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj had, and very much feel his presence and his empowerment. It's so sad that we don't have him here. How I'd just love to speak to him and, just get his blessings and guidance on how to serve Prabhupada in a better way. But I think he invested so much in his books, in his disciples. And I guess that's the final point I'll end on, that I really have so much appreciation for the disciples, the followers of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. I think the spiritual master invests some of his special being within the disciples who make a special commitment to him. And I think the world needs all of you to carry that spirit and share it with us. And so many of you have that spirit. So many of you have inspired and guided my life, been my Shiksha Gurus, my inspirations. So thank you. Thank you for being so deep, so reflective, so dynamic. And thank you for creating real community and bringing out the heart, because a bhakti movement has to have a lot of heart. And so Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was the exemplar of that. Thank you so much. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you so much.
Jai, thank you so much, Maharaj. That was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Smile, speech, and style. I would say swag. But yes, definitely, definitely. I'd like to open it up now for questions or responses. And I love how you broke down 3 ways to be an effective speaker, and just how Bhakti Tirtha Swami completely embodied that, and how basically one of the most important ingredients is the heart, and really making people know that you care. But when things come from the heart, you're definitely able to penetrate in ways that others are not able to with all the logic and everything else. So that's really, really one of the most important things. So thank you so much for sharing your reflections and realizations. And also, he told us, if you ever want to communicate with me, once I leave this body, I'm going to be more available. So all you have to do is write me a letter or look at my picture and ask any question. He will respond. So he's here. Definitely, definitely. And thank you so much for really imbibe a lot of his mood, because I think a lot of people, when we see you, we're like, yes, like, we have another, example, and it's, vibrant, and we're like, thank goodness, so just thank you for everything that you're doing and continuing to do. And please come to Africa, continue visiting different parts of Africa. The world needs you. Definitely, definitely. All right, so now open up for devotees to ask questions. Comments?
I just wanted to say our gratitude to Swami Bhagwan Keshava Maharaj. He's got a flight to catch to India, where he's taking the School of Bhakti team, and he still made time for us today. And this morning I was in the temple room just to take darshan. I saw a whole group of devotees around Maharaj, so he's preaching to them from the universities. It's non-stop for him, but he's so kindly, like Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj said, have an attitude of gratitude. We're so grateful that he's taken this time out to be with us, and so inspirational, so wonderful. And he's been a close friend of mine for many, many years. Our gratitude to you. Thank you. Have a safe flight.
Dhira is one of my Shiksha gurus, so we're not just friends, he's my guru.
I think I'm everybody's guru.
All right.
Mitra Vindra, she wants to share something.
Yes, Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my obeisances. An attempt at humility. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I am very, very happy to see you once again. Thank you for coming to Philadelphia as you did. And I just wanted to echo my dear niece and god sister's comments. It's very true. And I saw that in you when I met you. Your glorifications of our Guru Maharaj Bhakti Tirtha Swami go far above and beyond, reflecting on what he has said. You get it. You get what he has said. And I see it in your facial expressions. I can understand it in your empathy, your compassion, your education, and your humanistic qualities that open the doorway for hope for everyone, for those who are coming new to Krishna consciousness, for those who have been in this society for years and struggle and hope and dream and move and desire to rise above our imperfections, but also above our experiences with others, whatever they may be. And I appreciate you greatly, and you drive me to the doorway of tears when I hear you speak, because I can feel my Guru Maharaj's presence in your words and your compassion, and it helps me to continue and be further inspired. So thank you. Thank you. Please bless me and my children to continue to be on this path and to strive. And thank you for blessing this platform with your knowledge, your spirit, and your compassion. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. I'm speechless. That's so kind of you, and to connect in Philadelphia was very special. And just through your own speech and your own articulation of those points, you can see how much depth and presence and how aware you are of everything going on. And I hope to become the real thing, according to your words. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Very kind.
Okay, so next we have Samuel. I'm not sure what your devotee name is. Sorry, but please
You can just call me Bhakti Mataji. Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for sharing. It's so nice to have your association today. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you for your excellent service in carrying out Lord Chaitanya's mission. I'm very inspired by you, and I have been for a while. I've only been practicing Bhakti Yoga for 2 years now, but I'm very grateful to have the association of so many exalted Vaishnavas. I live in Maryland. I'm in Baltimore, but I started in the Potomac area, so I have the pleasure of having the intimate association of a lot of the IFAST devotees, and I was able to attend Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's Vyasa Puja here at IFAST, and it was very, very nice. And so my Shiksha Guru, his name is His Grace Giri Govardhan Prabhu, had instructed me to follow and research the teachings of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. So this has been like a big thing that I've been doing lately for the past couple months. So really studying his lectures, his books. I just finished reading a book by His Grace Jayadev Prabhu. It's called In the Heart, and it's a book of reflections on His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. And so one thing, I guess my question is, how do we preach? Like, how do we make our preaching more accessible to others in a time where there's so much confusion, and because there's been so much like incorrect spiritual practice, many people are averse to religion these days. And so even though like one of the offenses, one of the nama-aparads is preaching to the faithless, but how do we preach to people who may be more averse in an attempt to introduce them to Krishna consciousness?
Yeah, thank you. Amazing to hear of your journey, Sampru, and I think you're in good company, and I'm sure you're going to make quantum leaps in the journey, and it's such an exciting time for you. And I think the Sangha that you've connected with is the right Sangha. This can take you really far. Preaching to the world, I think the first thing is we have to hear the world. I made that point with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. One of my mentors said, before you say anything to anyone, you need to deeply understand what are their needs, what are their interests, and what are their concerns. If we don't take the time to hear the world ain't going to take the time to hear us. Like, we really have to know what people are going through. And therefore, I think it begins there. If you want to take someone somewhere, first you have to meet them where they are. And I think we could really improve on that. Not that we should become entangled in the news, but we need to know what's going on in the world. Not that we should, go into all the details of the struggles of Kali Yuga, but we should know what are the prevailing issues that are going on in people's hearts and minds. And I think that goes a long way to just being relevant. And what you can do is, if you know people's needs, interests, and concerns, then what you can do is, weaved into your presentation, you can address it before people even have to ask it. And when you address things before people even have to ask it, because you've taken the time to understand, that gives them also a different type of confidence, because they're just like, wow, this person really knows what's going on, what my reservations are. And so, yeah, let us, Krishna consciousness is such an incredible philosophy. The Bhagavad Gita is such an incredible book. It's so versatile that we can address anything from leadership to lifestyle management, from religion to relationships, from science to sociology. I mean, it covers the gamut of everything. And so the only other thing I'd say is study the Shastra and really know it. Really know it in such a way. Einstein said, if you can't explain it simply enough, you don't know it well enough. And so we should, on one hand, know the world, and on the other hand, just know what Krishna has come to tell us. And when you have that combination, it's just a seamless transfer. And therefore you find the best communicators of Krishna consciousness is almost effortless. It's just like an effortless flow of connection, because what can be more relevant than what Krishna is presenting? But it's just having those two things in place. Those are some thoughts. I'm sure there is much more, but something to food for thought.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
I just also realized that His Grace Kalakanta Prabhu was supposed to speak before me. Perhaps he's speaking after now, but he would also be a great person to ask this question, because he's just, I think the service that they do with the Krishna House, and it's just such a dynamic. So that might be something that perhaps Prabhu will be able to speak later. He's written a book about how to make contemporary ashrams, and so I'm sure Kalakanta Prabhu, you magically appeared on the screen.
Just soaking in your association, Maharaj. Please go ahead.
Nice to see you. So I'm sure Kalakanta Prabhu will share with us later on. That could add to the mix as well. Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you all so much. It looks like we do have one more question, but I think we're gonna, okay. We'll allow the one more question and then we'll move to the next speaker. So thank you so much. So the person with the iPhone, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Hare Krishna. My name is Bhakta Kamita, an aspiring disciple of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj, and therefore His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj is my aspiring Param Gurudev. I'm also inspired a lot by His Holiness Swami Bhagwan Keshav Maharaj. He was here recently with us in Nairobi, and now I can see why perhaps we connected, or I feel much connection to him, Swami Bhagwan Keshav Maharaj, perhaps because of the much influence from Param Gurudev. Anyway, my question is, we see that His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj had a lot of enthusiasm and a character of extrovertedness. So is it something that we should, or he cultivated, or is it something that was inborn? Because especially as a preacher, it is needed, that sense of reaching out, and that sense of much enthusiasm, that sort of power, that lioness. Is it something that we should perhaps look for it in our character, or is it something that we should try and cultivate?
Oh, beautiful. Very nice question. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think the theme for today was being your authentic self. If I'm not mistaken, and
Yep.
Tirtha Maharaj was so much his authentic self. I think even in his biography, he mentions that he would stutter, but then when he would get up on the stage and speak about God, like somehow or other the stutter would just disappear. He would be in his element, and he'd just flow, and then he'd come off the stage and it'd be back again. And so he was just meant to be a public figure. You could see he just had that. He just had the charisma. Krishna blessed him with that. And Krishna blesses us all with different things. Some are more charismatic, some are quieter, some are intellectual, some are hardworking, some are mass, and some are, very individual, and they work with in a very individual way. And I think by seeing personalities like Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and how they were able to awaken their personality, I think go on that journey and see what comes naturally to you. Maybe you have that charisma within you and it just needs to be awakened, a bit of confidence. This morning I was speaking to the disciples of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, and we were reflecting on his disappearance. And one of the things that I think Maharaj gave me was confidence. I think I lacked confidence in my life. I lacked confidence in my life, and I didn't like to do public speaking. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but through association with the Vaishnavas, through him, that's my daily activity now. And somehow or other, Krishna is so kind. He invested some ability to do that. But that was discovered through the Vaishnavas, who give us the confidence. So I would say, rather than trying to become this or that, try to find Vaishnavas who can instill you with confidence, Vaishnavas who have more faith in you than you have in yourself. Try to find those Vaishnavas who can give you a bigger vision for your life than you can come up with yourself. And I think through that association, whatever latent personality traits and characteristics and abilities that you have lying within you to share Krishna consciousness, they'll come out. And if you're meant to be charismatic, you'll do it in a spiritual way. And if that's not you, it's okay. It will never be a limitation to your ability to share Krishna consciousness, because you'll touch different people in different ways. So yeah, we have to be the best version of ourselves. But go on that journey, because we don't know ourselves, and you may have a lot of hidden things that you don't know you have until the Vaishnavas show you. So I think just the main thing is to have those Vaishnavas who can awaken that. Thank you so much. I'm just conscious of time because we want to hear from Kalakanta Prabhu as well, and I don't want to impinge on someone else. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I just wanted to also say, Krishna Shakti Machi, you're like one of the best MCs. You just bring energy, and it's relevant, it's deep, and you're like the thread in every program I've been to, at least. So thank you for your service. It's so amazing.
Well, thank you for yours. With such wonderful guests. I'm just feeding off the energy you're presenting and bringing. So thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Right, so we now are going to go on to our next speaker. Thank you so much for sharing. His Grace Kalakanta Das, in 1972 at the age of 18. Okay, yeah. After receiving the Sri Upanishad from Nam Party, he met while he was at work. He joined the Portland ISKCON Temple in 1973. Prabhupada accepted him as a first initiated disciple. Over his 10-year brahmachari career, he distributed books on the BBT library party, served as Bhakti leader in ISKCON Los Angeles, and opened a college preaching center in Newark, Delaware. Subsequently, Kalakanta Das helped ISKCON North America shift to a congregationally based movement, both as a temple president and a consultant. He served as an editor for Back to Godhead magazine and as secretary for ISKCON's governing body commission. After the past for the first 12 years, he has developed the Krishna House project in Gainesville, Florida, into a dynamic and successful college preaching center. Gainesville, Florida, después, he has numerous articles in the Back to Godhead. He has authored several books, including A God Who Dances, and Bhagavad Gita, the Divine Song, the Song Divine. He has also written ISKCON manuals on fund development and dispute resolution. Kalakanta has served as an elected councilman in La Crosse, Florida, and as a volunteer mediator in the Florida state court system. In 1982, Kalakanta has been married to his god sister, Jita Mitra Dasi. They have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. Since 1992, he has supported his family Through a part-time real estate development business, he is a member of the Sadhu Sanga's men's group weekly meeting for 25 years. When not serving or working, he enjoys writing, music, hiking, and swimming. Thank you very much and welcome.
It's quite an elaborate introduction, Krishna Shakti. I agree with Maharaj. You are a very gracious host and good organizer, and thank you for inviting me today. Before I share some memories of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, may I just continue a bit on the last question that was raised about being our authentic self, since that is the theme of our discussion this morning, or this afternoon. There's a beautiful pastime in the Lilamrita where Satsrup Maharaj describes coming to Srila Prabhupada and saying, as Bhakti Steve, as a newcomer, he said, Swamiji, what kind of person would Krishna like us to be? And Srila Prabhupada answered in a very oblique way. He said, you are very sincere. Now, I've meditated a lot on that exchange, and what it means to me is that Srila Prabhupada was saying to him, as if you could be somebody other than who you are. I very much appreciate this young man's question, because we used to feel very much like the only way to please Srila Prabhupada was to be a book distributor, and that was kind of the measure of your bhakti, how many books you could distribute, and some were good at it and some people were not. And it turns out that is just one of many countless ways to serve Krishna. So the difference between beginning devotional service, I would say, and more service, perhaps you could say Kanishta or Madhyama Adhikari, is really that understanding of what exactly your service is for Krishna, or at least a good idea of what it is. And the beautiful part about it is that what we are meant to do for Krishna is what attracts us to Krishna, or what we are drawn to do. Srila Prabhupada was once asked by a disciple, what would you like me to do for Krishna, Swamiji? And he said, what would you like to do for Krishna? And the disciple said, anything that you want, anything you want. And Srila Prabhupada corrected him and he said, no, I asked you, what would you like to do for Krishna? So he thought about it for a while and he said, I would like to make mridangas that don't break. In those days, the only mridangas we had were these very fragile clay mridangas from Mayapur that were so easily broken, and then we had nothing for our kirtans. So this devotee developed a fiberglass mridanga, the Balaram mridanga. Prabhupada told him do it, and he did it. So my point is that each of us has a unique way of pleasing Krishna, which is a wonderful meditation in and of itself, isn't it? What is our unique way to serve Krishna? Why has Krishna made us in the particular way he has made us to be drawn to serving him in some certain way? Self-realization is simply a journey to discover the answer to that question. And it may take decades. This is really our problem, that we are not so patient. But youth is meant for exploring different kinds of services, different adventures, different opportunities. When you have less responsibilities in your life, that's a great time to try different things and experience different things. And in that way, help discover exactly what it is Krishna wants you to do for him. So, beautiful question. I hope that sheds some more light on Maharaj's also wonderful examination of that question. So getting back to the topic, being our authentic selves, I'd like to preface my remark by sharing another story from Jayadvaita Swami, my dear godbrother. He was going to the train station in New York City, busy, bustling place. And of course, New Yorkers are known to be very, like slightly cynical people because they've seen it all. So he went up to the ticket counter and in his dhoti and kurta and tilak and sika and said to the lady, I'd like the ticket. She looked at him and said, who are you? And he said, I'm a Hare Krishna. And she said, oh, Hare Krishna, I like you people. You are who you pretend to be. Such a beautiful statement, isn't it? It really indicates what it means to be an authentic devotee. That it's not that there is a gap between our aspirations and our service. And yet we may feel there is in some ways, because we have ideas about how we should serve Krishna that are not necessarily what Krishna likes us to do. But in any case, getting back to my dear beloved godbrother Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and his authentic self. So this was, we met in 1974, and we were both brahmacharis at that time. He was even newer to the movement than I was, although he was 5 years older than I, and a graduate, college graduate. I was a high school graduate and just popped into the ashram. And he had come to Krishna consciousness after getting an education and after a lot of deliberate study. So his path was much more mature and committed. And so we found ourselves together in a van. And over the next 4 years, from 1974 to 78, we off and on would live together in a van for weeks or months on end. We would go to professors and universities, and here was this very charismatic, experienced, mature person. And I was quite the opposite, introverted, inexperienced. But through his empowerment and his I think more than anything, the way that he loved and accepted me for who I was, and never tried in any way to impose that I should be something different. I felt more love and connection with him than I had felt, I think, with anyone in my life. And that was very profound for me, because he and I came from very different environments, different backgrounds. Krishna was the only thing that we really had in common, but his depth in Krishna consciousness and his devotion just inspired me no end. It made me feel very comfortable within my own skin to just be who I am. And so this topic was very pertinent for me in that respect, Krishna Shakti Prabhu, because Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, when he was Ganesham Das Brahmachari, allowed me to be my authentic self. And although he was incredibly empowered at the service we were both doing, I never felt any sort of anything but acceptance and encouragement and love from him. So we had many adventures together in the van. One morning we were driving to a college, and we'd try to be on the campus around 9 in the morning, but it turned out it was about 10 o'clock, and we realized we were going in the wrong direction. No GPS in those days, just maps and strangers to ask directions. So there it was, we were an hour late, going the wrong way, and you might expect somebody to react like, oh, this is terrible, we got to hurry, and something very passionate. He just got this big smile on his face, and he said, this must be a really great campus, because Maya's making it so hard for us to get there. This indomitable positivity that he showed was, again, so refreshing, just the opposite of sort of a military type of environment, but nothing but love and trust in Krishna, and nothing but humility and recognition of our own shortcomings and dependency on the Lord. Beautiful little exchanges like that would happen all the time with him. Maharaj used to get, and I say Maharaj now, again, we were both brahmacharis, and in many respects we were peers in terms of our time in Krishna consciousness. But he had a natural austerity and drive, which was quite remarkable, a physical strength also, which was incredible. And so we would stay in the van, we would sleep in there, have our meals in there, have the books in there, change our clothes in there, and preach, and then go and preach for the day from there. So Maharaj would always rise very early in the morning, like around 1 o'clock. And he would write a letter to Srila Prabhupada every day. That was one of his practices. He would read, and then he would chant, and he would chant at least 25 rounds every day. So then 3 hours later, I would wake up, and he had already been up and doing all of this sadhana. And I would just wake and do my simple standard sadhana, 16 rounds. Then we'd have a little kirtan together, read together, have a little prasadam and go. But when we would discuss his schedule and mine, he was always in the mood like of, I hope I didn't disturb you. It was never like, why are you sleeping so long? Why are you sleeping 6 hours? I only need to sleep 3 hours or 4 hours. What's your problem? And it was completely comfortable for me like that. Again, just to be who I was and to do what I needed to do, and yet not feel intimidated or inferior to him, rather respected and appreciated by him. Then he would say about his extra sadhana that some of us are just needing to do more than others. We need to do more just to come to a point of purity that others have naturally. So in this way, he would never present his extra sadhana as an advantage or superiority, but rather as a necessity. And it was very discreet and quiet. So I was reminded that in the ISKCON Disciples course, there is an injunction quoted from Rupa Goswami, which says that one should not say three things. One should not say the name of one's guru, one should not say how much japa he's chanting, and one should not say the name of his worshipable deity. Now, why wouldn't you say these things? Well, it's very unusual to hear this, isn't it? Because it's usually the first question we ask somebody we meet is, well, who is your guru? But there's a reason for this injunction from Rupa Goswami. It's just to simply avoid creating dissension. You might be devoted to this particular deity. Well, I prefer this deity. Well, then we automatically have some disagreement. And I'm chanting 25 rounds. How many are you chanting? The vows and japa are not to be shared for that reason, not to try to intimidate others. And even the name of one's guru. This is a very interesting one. In those days, in the 70s, it was wonderful because we were all God brothers and God sisters. And it really made things very simple. So, but the reason not to share the name of your guru is for this very reason, that it can create dissension. And that one may feel like, I can't be my authentic self. If this person likes my guru, he'll like me. If he doesn't like my guru, he won't like me. You see? So the actual reason this injunction is given is because a disciple is supposed to feel, I would not want to embarrass my guru by having people know that he would initiate a person as fallen as I. This is the reason why we're not to share the name of one's guru. So although this is in the disciples course, everybody hears it, it kind of goes in one ear and out the other, because in our society, we always want to know who's your guru. Now, I wonder how Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj would feel about it these days. But if he were here, I would ask his opinion about certain responses that devotees have given. Sometimes people say, when they're asked, who is your guru? They say, well, will it affect our relationship if I tell you? Will it affect how you think of me if I tell you? A very interesting and thought-provoking response, isn't it? Anyway, that said, I would like to echo Keshava Maharaj, who was saying how much Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's disciples are contributing to the world. I was reflecting this last few weeks. I was in Mayapur, just returned from Mayapur, and where I always visit Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's Pushpa Samadhi in the Samadhi Park. And I always reflect whenever I'm there that how he left this world at such an incredibly young age, at 55. My daughter-in-law is a physical therapist for the elderly, and she often asks her elderly clients, what was the best decade of your life? Almost without exception, she says, they will say it was the age from 50 to 60. That was the best decade of my life, because you have faculties and experience. So we lost Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj right at that prime of his life, really, which is a great tragedy for us and for the world. And yet, somehow, it seems to me that when people like Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj are taken, or Tamal Krishna Maharaj, or others that we need so much, that we love so much, Krishna just has some other services for them, and that they have also paid their dues, you could say, in this vale of tears, in this world of woe. And so they're the very fortunate ones, and their lives and disappearances are both equally inspiring for us. So my association with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was all in this Adi Leela phase of his life. Most of you know him in later stages. I did not interact with him much after he took sannyas. After years of intimacy, we would rarely see each other. And those occasions were very special and memorable, but I still remember most dearly these days we were brahmacharis together in the van. We were just like, I don't know, we're just like pakoras and chutney, you know, we just got along so well. And we're always happy to be together. And he was like my big brother, and I would be able to ask him questions. When I remember, I asked him, so you went to college, to Princeton, fine university, graduated. I haven't spent a day in college in my life. So how would you summarize the college experience for me? So he thought for a moment, and then he said, ultimately, it was all about sex life. That's his cogent summary of his Ivy League education. Maharaj was a very extroverted person, an activist. He told me how he was active in racial justice and social justice, you know, as a college student. He told me how when he began his spiritual quest, he was very determined to find out the ultimate reality. And he had gone to another guru to whom he was devoted. And then he approached this guru and said, I really want the highest truth. Can't you please tell me the highest truth? And he said, if you want the highest truth, you have to go to Bhaktivedanta Swami. So this was awesome to me, as I had stumbled on Krishna consciousness, and he had come to it in such a deliberate way after a long quest, and so accomplished. So Maharaj was, as a brahmachari, he was just, he was a very loving and strong leader. I can tell you he was an absolute miser. I have never met a more careful person with Krishna's Lakshmi. I can remember we'd be out all day doing distribution. And the wintertime, we couldn't stay in the van. It was too difficult. So we would get some inexpensive hotel. And it would be after a 14-hour day, you know, I was very tired, but he would go to 6 different hotels to find the one that was $1 cheaper. And so this was what it was like to be with him. He did not want to waste any of Krishna's Lakshmi. Anyway, since we're telling, I'll tell you another story. Because we didn't have much Lakshmi, but no, I'm not going to tell you this story. It's too intimate. Is it all right?
Yes, definitely.
Yes,
so we
please.
were doing the libraries in England together. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. All right. Anyway,
we equally are waiting.
We were traveling in England, and it was very cold, and we didn't have much in the way of cold weather gear. So Maharaj was thinking, you know, if I've engaged somebody's coat from the cloakroom at the library in Krishna's service, they will be benefited. So he did that, and we were leaving the campus, and he told me about it. And then he discovered that the owner's wallet was still in the coat. So very, very carefully, without taking any Lakshmi or anything from the wallet, he got to a post office and mailed it back to the owner. So this was Maharaj. Actually, it reminds me of a story, if I may share, about Jayananda Prabhu. It's maybe hard to understand how little we had, how simple things were, and how we were really walking the spiritual path, kind of like followers of Jesus in those days. Krishna Shakti, you have to tell me when to stop because I don't want to impinge on someone's time.
No, you're fine. You're the last speaker, so please share.
Okay.
Nectar.
So Jayananda Prabhu was also a similar transcendental miser with Krishna's money. So he was preparing the Rath Yatra cart in New York in 1976 and had one pair of jeans that had holes in them. And this was before holes in jeans were stylish. So he was going around the temple with these ripped up jeans, and one devotee admonished him, the temple president, in fact, Jayananda, you can't wear jeans with holes in them. So the next day he was there walking around. He had cut off the jeans to make them into shorts, so there were no holes showing on the knees. And so the temple president asked this other devotee, please go with Jayananda and get him a pair of work pants. So they went to the store together, and Jayananda picked out a pair, and then he said to this other devotee, you know, I think I can make it. And so he started walking out the door with the pants under his arm, and a security guard came over and caught him. And so it was a whole scene, and he was given a ticket and told that he had to go to court. So at court, he came before the judge. The security officer was there, the judge was there, and Jayananda said, yes, Your Honor, I stole those jeans. I work for a temple. We are spreading love of God. We have very little money. I just couldn't stand to spend that temple's money on jeans for myself. And all of a sudden, the security officer who was there, he was crying. And he said, Your Honor, I'll pay for the jeans. So this is how Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was able to make our very small budgets extend. We also, of course, had shaven heads, being brahmacharis, but to go and see the professors, we could not do that. So we had to go with wigs. So he had this afro wig that he would wear. And he went into one professor's office and to sell him books. And it was in the 70s, so this professor happened to have some ultraviolet lights and fluorescent posters on the wall. And so when Maharaj came in the room with his afro wig, it started glowing green in the UV light. So the professor said, that's odd. I've never seen that happen before. So without breaking stride, Maharaj said, must be that new shampoo that I'm using. This was what it was like being with Ganesham Das Brahmachari. He was just so very brilliant and sincere and devoted, and very intelligent about presenting Krishna consciousness. On another occasion, typically we would go to the departments of philosophy and religious studies to sell Prabhupada's books, but we'd also explore other departments, especially when there weren't many people in those areas. So one day he went to a nursing department at a university, and he talked to one of the professors, and he presented the Krishna book. He said, this book is excellent to read to patients who are coming out of a coma. And the professor bought 50 copies for all of his students. So Maharaj was absolutely the best distributor on the library party. There were just 6 or 7 of us most of the time, but he had adventures and ways of doing things that were inimitable. And yet he appreciated everybody. You could not imitate, but at the same time, you could follow in the footsteps of his devotion. So I think of that today. I happen to work closely with several of his disciples here in my service. I was just visiting, in fact, in Mayapur with 3 of them. I'm part of an advisory group for the GBC called Sabha, which is chaired by Sati Devi, who is Maharaj's disciple from Russia. One of our members is Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj, who the Prabhu mentioned earlier, and another dear friend of mine. Another good friend of mine is Advaita Acharya Prabhu, who preaches with us here in Gainesville. And he's just amazing, like a touchstone, attracting people to Krishna consciousness, so very dedicated and deep in his realizations, and yet so expert and kind and transparent and authentic in his presentation. He's attracted many people who would like to be his disciples, in fact, and he's preparing to offer that service now with the blessings of all of us who know him. So, and this to me is, in closing, this is a very important point that we read in the Chaitanya Charitamrita about the various branches of the Chaitanya tree, And so after Srila Prabhupada's disappearance, Maharaj and I more or less went our separate ways shortly after that. But I saw Maharaj in his incredible preaching acumen in Africa and America and all over Europe and all the places that he touched, growing and manifesting this Shakti of spiritual leadership that he writes about in his books, being the servant leader, recognizing the responsibility that comes with spiritual realization to share it with others. Going from the point of nam ruchi to jiva doi, from having taste for Krishna to having the desire to mercifully share it with other people. So Maharaj was like that, and he held up such an important place in our movement. I used to see him in the GBC meetings, and he was the one who would advocate for women, and he was the one who would advocate for children. And he was very strong. He was very humble about his dealings with others, but he was absolutely unshakable in standing up for the rights of everybody to practice Krishna consciousness in a safe and equitable way. He was also a pioneer in the sense of bringing appropriate references from outside sources that were relevant to Krishna consciousness, and thus increasing the audience of listeners. I participated in a dispute resolution once because Maharaj was such a cutting-edge preacher that another very conservative godbrother was upset. He said he's talking about too many far-out things with UFOs, and Maharaj was brilliantly reaching this whole audience, but this very conservative godbrother found it a bit much. So I was asked to mediate between them, and I was so impressed, with Maharaj, the way he dealt with the situation. The other person was saying, you say this in your books and this in your books, and it's not in Prabhupada's books, and it's bogus. How can you say that? And so Maharaj very patiently explained that this is attracting a certain segment of people to Krishna consciousness. But that didn't satisfy this conservative person. It didn't satisfy him. As a mediator, I had to be neutral, but I could also see very clearly that there was a certain amount of unreasonableness coming from this other party. But Maharaj was so graceful. He said, okay, well, I understand your feelings. So what I'll do, before I publish any more books, I will run them by you first. And that way the whole dispute was resolved. Maharaj, in other words, was unwilling to be at odds over these issues because it was more important for him to have the peaceful relationship. And that was so disarming and charming and exemplary as a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. As he said, this was showing his love for Prabhupada and how we would cooperate after his departure. So Keshava Maharaj was saying how he wished he had just a few minutes to talk with Maharaj. I feel the same way. I feel that way about Srila Prabhupada. In 5 minutes conversation, we could probably resolve issues that have taken us decades and are still unresolved. But one of these issues has to do with spiritual leadership in ISKCON. And this is what I like to close my remarks with, that the branch of the Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj tree it's got a lot of very strong people, and those people will do well to continue the tree by becoming themselves shelters for others, okay, on his behalf. Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and I were together in Mayapur in 1975 when Srila Prabhupada was speaking. He was talking about Advaita Acharya, and he said that an Acharya is a person who has learned the philosophy, practices the philosophy, and teaches the philosophy. It is not difficult. Then he looked at us, there were about 150 of us there, and he said, so how many Acharyas do we have in our movement? 10,000? So 10,000 will be 100,000, 100,000 will be 1,000,000, and 1,000,000 will become 10 million. 10 million Acharyas, he said, and then we will have no scarcity of Acharyas. So this was one of the rare occasions where Srila Prabhupada went into a public ecstatic trance, or an ecstatic trance in public. But that's what happened when he began describing this vision of 10 million Acharyas all over the world. It made him ecstatic. The last thing he said before he went into a trance was, you are young people, you can do this. I am an old man, I have no opportunity. So you can hear this tape. It's on the ISKCON Desire Tree, April 6, 1975. Prabhupada envisioned all of his followers becoming spiritual masters, and then each on average having 10 disciples. So there are very charismatic personalities like Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and so many others. And we may look at them and feel, well, I can't be like they are. But we can all find 10 people, can't we, in the course of our lives to whom we can give shelter? This has been, to me, as Prabhupada's disciple, the biggest shortcoming in our generation, that we have been unable to properly identify the reality that Siksha and Diksha Gurus are equal. And if we're willing to be Siksha Gurus, which nearly all of us are, then we should be willing to be Diksha Gurus also, because it is natural for the Siksha Guru to become the Diksha Guru. Because of all the history after Prabhupada's departure, there's still a lot of misunderstanding associated with the role of Diksha Guru in ISKCON. It's way overblown. And people think, I can't be in this highly placed charismatic position. Please understand that that's Maya. That's what I would ask Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj if he were here. Do you want your disciples to be gurus? Do you want to get disciples? Yes. It's confirmed. He would say yes. That's my impression. And my handful of disciples, I'm also encouraging them. You're taking up this position in our disciplic succession. You know what this means as you grow older, that you should accept responsibility for other spiritual lives. That's a natural fruit of a life lived in Krishna consciousness. It's a natural result. In fact, if we don't take disciples, who are we going to be accountable to? What motivation will we have to continue our own sadhana? Yes, we're accountable to our guru, who has now disappeared. But as Srila Prabhupada said, I see all of you, my disciples, as representatives of my Guru Maharaj. So that's what it means. If you want to associate with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, then you take disciples of your own. And yes, women are just not allowed at this point. And yes, various difficulties are there, but just cut through that stuff. It's meant for everybody, okay? And the main thing, whatever external issues are there, internally, are we ready? Are we willing? Everybody says, I'm not qualified. I don't think Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj would accept that answer. He would say, of course you're not qualified. We know that, but you should do it anyway. Like if somebody asks you to wash the dishes for Krishna, will you say, I'm not qualified? Yeah, it's a service that needs to be done. So in carrying on the tradition of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, please understand you don't have to be anybody other than who you are to be a spiritual leader and a spiritual master. And every time you accept a disciple and initiate a disciple and continue the disciplic succession, you will be honoring Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj in the very best way. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. That was absolutely beautiful. That was, I feel like a lot of beautiful realizations and reflections that need to be said were said in your speech. Like, that was amazing. And definitely something that we all need to meditate on and actually really take seriously, because that is definitely the truth. Exactly. Definitely. Okay, so I guess we'll allow for 1 or 2 questions if you have time. Do you have time?
Sure.
Okay,
My
so
pleasure.
we'll open it up for 1 or 2 questions. I know there were hands before for, anyway, opening it up. Okay, 2 people raised their hands. All right. So Mother Mitra Vinda, go ahead.
Hare
All right, you
Krishna
can unmute yourself.
Kalakancha
Hare Krishna,
Prabhu, please
Mr.
accept my
Vinda.
obeisances humbly. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Like Prabhupada.
This was wonderful. I do appreciate hearing you. I do regret that we did not have the opportunity when you visited Philadelphia to communicate. I have heard wonderful things about you, and hearing you speak about my Guru Maharaj is, added frosting on the cake. I appreciate your programs that you've developed, Krishna House. There's a disciple of yours, Brihad Mardanga, who I find very interesting and driven and sincere. Thank you for all of the wonderful perspectives and views that you've given. I hope to have an opportunity to, meet and speak with you about the projects that you work with. And it's really wonderful what you are doing and what you've given. Thank you for sharing both sides of stories and given knowledge in this presentation to celebrate my Guru Maharaj's life. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Yes,
Okay,
Samuel?
Hare Krishna Kalakanta Prabhu, it's so nice to see you again. I still have the garland that you gave me during our Srimad Bhagavatam class at the mantra retreat. It travels with me everywhere, so I'm very grateful to have your association yet again, and thank you for sharing so many wonderful pastimes with us. I was really inspired. I actually was talking to Advaita Acharya Prabhu because he gave our a morning Srimad Bhagavatam class for us at iFast. And so my question to you is more of a personal question, is when is Kartikeya Prabhu planning to come to Baltimore? Because I am very much looking forward to assisting him in the development of the Krishna House here.
Wonderful. That's great. Yes, so the Krishna House project has really started in Gainesville and is now in different temples. We've active Krishna houses going in Dallas and Grand Rapids and Toronto, as well as Gainesville, and new ones opening in Boise, Austin, San Francisco, several other places coming up. We're trying to find the right balance between temple and ashram life, preaching and residential life. So Baltimore is opening. They are going to be directed by Kartikeya Prabhu and starting in May. So, just before that, though, I want to invite you, Samuel, and anyone else who would like to come. May 3rd, 4th, and 5th in New Vrindavan, there's going to be what we call a Krishna House retreat. This will feature discussions by Radhika Raman Prabhu on how to be a mentor, how to find a mentor, and how to be a mentor. There'll be a presentation on conscious kirtan by Bhakti Marg Swami, and Yadunath Prabhu will do improv and team building, so for some fun. How to study and relish Prabhupada's books by Prabhupada Priya. Wonderful seminars. It's mainly for young people, college students, or people who are new to Krishna consciousness of any age. But anyone who would like is welcome. You can register at the New Vrindavan website. That's May 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Our mantra is, may the 4th be with us. Okay? May the 4th be with us. Okay, got it? I hope you can come. Kartikeya Prabhu will be going to Baltimore to open that Krishna House immediately after that meeting in New Vrindavan.
Okay, well, I will definitely do my best to be there.
All right. Very good.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Nice to hear from you. Hare Bol.
You too.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. This has been wonderful, and I think you guys are also possibly open in Lexington when I return from Angola. Lexington, Kentucky, I hear we're opening up possibly a Krishna house, so exciting and happy. So I'll be there.
Wonderful,
So that'll be
wonderful.
right in
Let's
my
be in touch.
I won't have to go to Detroit or New York anymore. Uh-oh, no. We'll see. Definitely, this is great. No, but oh my goodness, thank you so much for going through different time periods, traveling as a friend, traveling, as just these different pastimes, and allow us to get like different insights, as well as, seeing his teachings and the relevancy. And yes, I mean, I think I feel like I say this each time, but I'm like, he used to always say, like, literally ISKCON a lot of times is in the 1800s. So, I think a lot of times we're still just catching up to what he was talking about. And I really love the example that you gave of how he dealt with his god brother that was very difficult to deal with, and just showing like, okay, all right, well, here, go ahead, read my book before I publish it. Will that help appease you so that we can all get along? So definitely very, very insightful, very, I had, definitely cracking up still about the wig. But yes, thank you so much for the wonderful pastimes. And this has been great. And thank you so much for being here with us. We are actually going to wrap up today. And this has been an amazing, I feel like we started, ended, and everything in between has been amazing in terms of being our authentic selves according to the teachings of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And each speaker has shared nectar, from the beginning, whether it be Sachinanda Maharaj, Guru Prasad Swami, Chandramali Swami, Her Grace Mukhya Devidasi, His Grace Mahesh Das, his wife, Her Grace Brihan Naradia. I've been speaking so many different languages, you guys. Sometimes just a couple words. Oh goodness, yes, and His Grace Kalakanta Prabhu and His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshava Swami. Everyone has contributed so much nectar in terms of trying to understand how to be our authentic selves in different ways according to Bhakti Tirtha Swami. I want to thank everyone who participated in questions and answers, and also want to invite you guys tomorrow. This was the first day. Tomorrow we have Mother Kadasi will be leading and hosting Sunday's schedule of disciples and well-wishers and grand disciples. Offerings from all over the globe. So we're going to start off in India, go to Mayapur, go to Ghana, Nigeria, the USA, Bosnia, Slovenia, back to the USA, Hungary, Germany, Mexico, and we will have a nice special treat at the end with the launching of a book club to be announced tomorrow. So definitely make sure you come back at the same time, same place. And we look forward to seeing you all. And we want to thank the tech team, thank Dhruva, thank everyone. Thank you, translators, for translating simultaneously in Russian, Portuguese, and Spanish. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for participating. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Yeah.
All of you beautiful souls, Ki Jai.
Wow.
Hari Hari Bol.
Hari.
Right, Jai Ho. Ate Amanya.